Plug is getting worn. All right. Yeah, there are big thunderstorms in the area. I'm listening to thunder right now through the window. Someone. Okay, the ground just rumbled. It might be a little bit more extreme. Listen, if I lose power, I'm just gonna give up on the stream for today, because this shit happens and we've got like pretty fragile power lines leading in here. Yeah, colorful Doppler. Yeah, it's pretty nuts right now. I don't know if anything bad will happen, but every now and then we lose power because of thunderstorms. I got everything on battery backup, so we'll at least know that power's out. We'll see how today goes. I'm gonna be stuck down here with no lights. Need that microphone near the window. And just have the sounds of rain. All right, let's see here. What are we doing today? I'm gonna be taking some of this stuff down. What's it like out here? Gray, raining. Good for the plants. Kind of humid though. Good thing I've got all my 3D printer filaments sitting right here. I need to get back into printing stuff. I feel like I'm losing time with the printer, right? Time is money with the 3D printer. It should be working. I gotta get some of this stuff out of the way. Oh, there's a big thunderclap outside. Kaboom! Yeah, I need to organize this stuff under here because I want to move this table. Maybe. I want to have the option of moving this table, I should say. This stuff needs to go with the steering wheel. That shouldn't even be here. Ooh, what is happening at the bottom of that cable? Ooh, gotta be careful with my wires. Make sure they're in good hands here. All right, just try to keep myself from hitting any of that stuff. And then there's this thing back here. All right, that should be able to move without killing everything. Somewhat. Wow, that is loud out there. I don't know if you guys can hear that. There's a lot of thunder traveling around. Radar looks like a bag of Skittles. Hey, T-Droke, thank you for subbing for 12 months. We're gonna be grabbing your name from the list of people who subbed in between boards, and we will shuffle them as they go into the new one. You guys can hear it? Yeah, it's pretty nuts out there. So I don't know if I need to like call off streams for when I have storms like this. My Aegis, shuffle my name. Hell yeah, we will. Thank you for subbing.
Right. I'll probably do a little bit more mic action tonight, just because.
Silence. Yeah, it's a classical rainy day here. It's funny though. I don't know. Is it the news? Like, is the news like, or? I mean, I guess climates are shifting and storms are becoming more extreme. But at the same time, I feel like the news is perpetuating every storm being an emergency. Because boy, oh boy, did all the local stations have a field day declaring this an awful, terrible, world-altering storm, practically giving it a name. All right, well, the rain is coming down pretty hard out there. I might have to close this window because I think I just got a droplet of water. It's pretty intense, actually. There's a lot of rain coming down, pretty much onto my 3D printer filament. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do one of those. That's starting to come in. Whew. There's a dude coming to look at our AC at the end of my stream until 8 o'clock. So I think I'm good to just continue streaming, but if I have to, I might have to run and deal with that. Storms are coming. There's a storm on the horizon. My knees are hurting. I can feel it. Storm's coming. My microphone didn't go. There we go. Just gonna clean up a little bit. Winter is coming. It's a different one. This is storms are coming. There's a huge ass storm on top of me right now. Big ass storm. And I'm not into it. Well, I'm not into having my power go out, but unfortunately, that's where I live. So, power might go out on a whim. Man, it'd be really nice if we could utilize these, what do you call it? If we could utilize these distance sensors in order to focus the laser of burn the subs, and then I wouldn't have to have a flat surface, but why do you need AC in the winter? It's not the winter. It's barely fall. All right, all that stuff out of the way, sorta. My plans for the weekend, I'm not gonna stream, but what I'm gonna do is just pull the Band-Aid off on the getting my computer into the rack case. I think what I'm gonna do is take apart, I don't know what state Burn the Subs is gonna be in. It's not gonna be as clean because we'll be pulling stuff apart on that. So I'll need to figure out what surface I'm gonna be working on, but I'll pull apart my streaming computer, which is like a really stressful thing for a streamer to do, because you kind of get all the settings ready to go. You get all your settings up and into the computer, and everything works, and you know it works, and all your audio mixing works and stuff like that. Messing with the setup is like, it's scary. It's a frightful thing to do, but I need to do it. And so I think what I'm gonna do is this weekend I will pull stuff apart, and if stuff goes really wrong, I'll obviously tweet on it and let you guys know. Well, that was ominous. That was a giant thunderclap right when I was talking about taking apart my stream computer. That couldn't have been better rehearsed. Oh my god. It's a little drippy out there. I kind of want this open so that the audio comes in so you guys can actually hear the thunder and stuff, but I think I gotta close it because there's potential for water to come in the basement window. It's splashing on the area right outside the window. But anyway, that was, I don't know if you guys could hear that, but that was a really well-timed thunder clap. But yeah, I wanna pull the PC apart and try to get it into the rack case.
You guys are normally looking.
I haven't seen WindowCat in like a year. What's up, Hell of Satan 666? Yeah, it's the case that's sitting on the stool right here. I need to kind of pull it apart partially and then put it back together partially, and maybe do one or two more supports for it. But that's all stuff that I'm gonna force myself to do. The only way that I'm gonna get it done, because I keep pushing it into the future, right? I keep pushing it into the future, and the only, what's up with my part today? I keep pushing it forward, and the only way that I'm really gonna, okay, there's two people talking now, damn it. Okay, I keep pushing it into the future. The only way that I'm gonna do it is if I put my livelihood at stake and take it apart and transfer the parts over and just build it up from there. And then I'll have the functional computer. Because it's like the front panel for this thing we don't need much for the front panel. It doesn't really need, I thought I was gonna 3D print a bunch of stuff for it, but we could just leave it open. It can just be an open air front case. I mean, putting a little grating there would probably be nice, keep spiders out of it or something, but yeah. I mean, I've got a grandfathered data plan for AT&T, so I could stream with my phone, but that's not the issue.
It's not COVID, but it certainly could be.
Oh my God, I'm trying not to talk over Metronomic, but he just keeps talking. There, now he's gone. I've deleted Metronomic from his own stream. Now I can talk. He hasn't streamed lately. I'm running out of material. You're returning your 5700 XT now that you have a Founders? Damn, you got a Founders? Yeah, I haven't bothered to search for graphics cards and stuff. I've just not. I don't need that stress in my life right now. It's been too much of a rat race to try to find one. I've kind of, and also if I do actually find the card, I have to extend the case that we built 10 centimeter. Sorry, a centimeter. It needs to be a centimeter longer, which is something that I'd really have to try to figure out how to do, because the bottom plate of that. Okay, I got clicking noises from the power supplies. This is not looking good. Clicking noises from the power supplies is the precursor to, you know, the power company's starting to fiddle with stuff, which means I might lose power. So today's stream might not happen, folks. I'm hoping it does, because I got work to do. But if I'm unable to do that, if the power goes out, then if the power goes out once, that's it for the stream. All right. And what you'll see is all the shop lights go out, because none of those are on backup, but the computers and the internet stuff are. When the power goes out in the area, it seems like the stuff that my internet stuff communicates with, whatever's beyond my house, has some kind of a slight backup to it. So I have like 3 minutes to tell you guys that the power's out, and then we're done. If the power dies in real life, the power dies in the game, and you die. I don't know. I don't know. If power goes out, then you can get more things done. Well, I am going to be using the battery-operated drill to do some of this stuff, but I won't be able to see. I think my headlamp is upstairs. What happened to my headlamp? I really like my headlamp. I used to use it all the time. I used to use my headlamp for working on electronics. It's actually a really good thing to have, a little headlamp. I mean, I still have the one that makes me look really cool. Like this one makes me look really, really cool. You can't get any cooler than wearing this thing. But I have one that makes me look less cool, that does more light than this. But yeah, the other one would be the one that I would use as a headlamp, because then I can wear glasses with it. But I used to use it working on electronics, because it's nice to have a very localized source of light that's bright enough so that you can actually operate on things. Really helps. I was looking into dentistry tools before I started streaming. I was gonna look for like the expensive like Carl Zeiss lensed dental working tools, because those have an extreme amount of magnification and a lot of light, so that you can, you know, do surgery tasks with them. I think that would be very, very, very useful. Yeah, I'm not exactly setting up candles in here to see what I'm doing. I have plenty of flashlights, but science with Ballant. Science with Biance. Thank you for following. Looks like I've taken a burger patty and wiped off my glasses with it. Come on, Chrysol coating or whatever the fuck you are. You're $80. I expect better. They say you don't need to wash the lens. You should just wipe it with a soft cloth, which in this case is my undershirt. Hopefully there's no sand on my undershirt, but it looks like I've patted off my glasses with a burger patty. I see you also got the hamburger patty coating. Yeah, I know, right? it's just like a smear of grease. I don't know how much grease is apparently existing around my eye sockets, but that's apparently enough. Yeah, so what I want to do today is work on Burn the Subs, and I want to get stuff down. That block of wood behind me is gorgeous, right? The block of wood is gorgeous. It is a big thing, though. It's a big block of wood. And I'll explain this more when we actually start, because I am under the premise that whenever we do the beginning stuff, what I'm doing right now, it basically means that this whole thing gets muted. Because these parts of the streams might get cut if I decide to put stuff up on YouTube. But that piece of wood is gorgeous, and I'd like to use the whole thing. Obviously, I need to sand it, which will happen outside, not today. But I'll have to do the orbital sander on the surface that's going to get burnt. I found the planer, the handheld planer. That's the easiest way for me to just fucking ruin the wood. I'm terrible with the handheld planer. I don't know how you make a level surface with it. It's an awful thing. If I wanted to knock like a half an inch off of that, it's like the handheld planer is like the angriest sander you've ever used. I don't know how to use one of those properly, unless maybe you put down guides and stuff like that so that you use it just right. I think the handheld planer is best if you want to take like a 1/4 inch off of the bottom of a door. Like, so that's not useful for me for the live edge. Unless I really felt like knocking out some of that beautiful live edge, which I don't want to do. It's not as rough. I kind of wanted a different wood for the live edge. I just happened on maple again, and the maple edge of this isn't as real as I'd like it to be. I mean, it is real, but it's just like, it seems like the bark's been peeled off, and I wanted bark. But that's okay. We'll deal with what we got. I spent a couple $100 on that fucking board, so I'm gonna use it. Yeah, the handheld electric planer. I've got one of those, and it is the angriest tool. They're not for fine work. Yeah, they're not. I used it to try to smooth out the old board, the different planks on the old board, and what it did is it ended up just making giant divots. And so I had to, yeah, it's very hard to do that with a hand plane. Basically, what I need to do with any future board is just sand it a lot. Which is what's going to happen to this. I'm going to sand this one quite a bit in order to remove the handprint and the marker marks and all that stuff. But those might scare me more than an angle grinder. Really? I'm not that. Mine seems pretty safe. I mean, it's just like a really angry spitting drum with a big blade on it. The angle grinder is a much more brutal and scary tool. I need to like buy a handguard for my angle grinder. I took a chunk out of my thumb once with it. You can't really see it anymore, but it was right, there's the scar, there. Right about there, there's a kind of like a square scar right there. That was through my mechanics gloves, all the way down to what looked like cartilage at the time, and then I just wrapped it, I hit it with, Neosporin and a bunch of Band-Aids, and I never talked about it again. And it healed up all right, but man, I saw a white through there, which is not good. I've been using an angle grinder daily for 10 plus years. I guess it's just the experience. Well, without a handguard on it, yeah, I don't know. I'm not, you get one mistake. So statistically speaking, if you've been using one daily for 10 plus years, you get one mistake, anything can happen. I don't like playing those odds, It's an angry tool. Only remove the guard when I need to. Yeah, because when I originally got it, my attitude is different. I was like, fuck this! I threw it, and I don't know what happened to it. So I need to go buy one before I use that thing again. I've used the angle grinder in here before. I think today, when we get to it, I don't know if we'll do it today, but I am gonna probably need to steal the, you know what, if we don't do it today, I can order one like right now. And yeah, let's order the new shaft right now so that I get it and I can do something with it like next week. I just need to do a quick little measurement of this thing. I left my metric measuring tape in my car. Ah, damn it. That's just been rattling around in the back seat. Yeah, cutoff wheels exploding. Yeah, that's, ugh. I mean, like, when the Dremel does it, it's scary enough, right? See, I just want to hang out right now. I don't want to work. I want to bang on the drum all day. I guess before I measure this thing, I should let everybody know what's happening and actually start the stream. Yeah, I gotta do the I gotta do the actual production stuff, the due diligence, the show things. I want to hang out here, listen to rain, and watch music. Watch the rain and listen to me. whatever. At some point, and the reason that I'm stressing the computer project this weekend is that I wanna do gaming streams. I got Valheim to play, I got Satisfactory to play, I got even Kerbal Space Program. I want to do an Oblivion play where I put a bunch of asinine mods into Oblivion and show you guys the ridiculousness. We'll get there. Unfortunately, I am a tech streamer, and so I'm not set up to do that kind of stuff so easily. Once I do a little bit of the packing my computer into this thing, maybe clean up a little bit around here, I can then put my HDMI to, oh yeah, that balsa wood playing game sounds really cool too. I want to do the HDMI to Ethernet adapter, run a cord all the way over to there, back to HDMI, and then I can do the two computer thing in this tech shop, not computer gaming shop. I'll have to figure out what mixes I want to do and whether or not I use the lavalier microphone in order to do it. Anyway, I want to make it easier for me to just spool up the stream, you know? What are we doing today? Well, we got to work on Burn the Subs. Burn the Subs is not active right now, and that's like a little piece of my personality just cored out and missing. What I'd like to do is get Burn the Subs somewhat disassembled. And I don't mean down to component parts. I don't mean the usual kind of disassembly we do here. I have been thinking about how to use that board, this giant, oddly shaped board. I tried to look for a board that was a little bit more chaotic than this one, but we'll give this one a go. This is about, I don't want to tell you guys the price. I'm going to keep that a secret. It was multiple hundreds of dollars for this piece of wood at a shop in the middle of Pennsylvania. Not really the middle of Pennsylvania, but it was a little bit, you know, a little ways east from here. Sorry, west from here. Nickel28, thank you for subbing. I really appreciate that. Your name's going into a pool of names, and it will be randomly ordered going into the new board so that we don't have a mad dash to be the first person on the board, because it's not fair for everybody. So what we're doing is between boards, if you guys decide that you like me enough to actually sub without too many gimmicks, the gimmick is going to be that you'll go up on the board first. Dulios, or Dooley Zeros. Thank you for subbing for 4 months. I appreciate that. Hey. Oh, wow, we got a lot of follows and stuff, too. Man, I appreciate y'all. Y'all is good to me. Here's the deal. That could be cut into 3 thinner boards for this purpose. I don't have the equipment to do that. The live edge is kind of important. I like the live edge. Cutting it in half, like slicing it in order to make 2 boards out of it would be neat, but I think each board needs to have its own personality. So in this case, this board is going to get same size names throughout, but subscribers directly to the channel will get their names in bubble font, and gifts will get their names in single line. And so we'll see what the distribution looks like after that. Now, bubble line is going to fill this board up very, very quickly. Even when I don't eat lunch, I end up like burping and stuff for this stream. What is wrong with my body? Okay, so here's the deal. Here's the deal today. I'm trying to get to the end of this talk. This is a weird shaped board. I wanted a weirder one. This one's pretty plank-like. It almost matches the size of the previous board. But in a couple of the dimensions, it's a little too wide because of the little elephant foot at the bottom of this thing. It's a little too wide for the area that I want to put it in. I was considering also putting it in at an angle, having it just slightly canted to the side so that the elephant's foot can fit, and then that long span is going to be going either upwards or downwards depending on how I mount it. The problem is I absolutely do not have room for that. The vertical axis of the board has L brackets that get into the field of where I would mount this. The way the board mounts right now is I've got 2 planks on the wall. Those have wood screws going through these vertical pieces here. And then I've got 2 vertical pieces of scrap wood holding up the board from behind. It looked small when you saw it before, when you showed it before. Oh no, it is, yeah. It is a big board. It's a big boy. And I got to figure out how to get that up under the wall. And I don't want to damage the wood when I put it up there. So one of the considerations that I'm sort of thinking about right now is making the board taller. So if I make this board taller, what do I need to do? What parts do I need? What stuff do I need? It's going to be a lot of wiring, I think, in order to make it go taller. I need maker beam sections that are tall, that are long enough to you know, take the axis further, because the axis is the limiting factor. The axis is the linear rail that holds that axis up is only a certain length. So if we take a longer one, I can cut it down. You can cut that part and glue it to the small part with resin. This is why I'm not taking any suggestions from chat. God. Anyway, yeah, so what I'm thinking is what I'm gonna have to do. Those rails, those vertical rails, are actually longer. Like they're pretty long. I'm gonna be able to open them up vertically. Like I can move where the 1500 millimeter axes are mounted and spread it out a little bit, right? That's easy. I need a shaft, a mechanical shaft that's going to be taller, because that one is at its absolute maximum, and that's what moves the x-axis belts. Wiring, I don't know. Wiring's going to have to be extended. It might fit. It might just naturally go that extra distance. What else? Maker beams to hold everything up. After that, I think we're good. So we need to figure out how much taller I need to make it. And actually, it's probably going to move down better than it's going to move up, just because of the way the maker beam is mounted. I may have to remove the screws from the wall and you know, sneak them out past a fastener, because I literally drilled into the maker beam in order to put a screw hole into it. Yeah, it's screwed into it's screwed into studs. It's going to be strong enough to hold that board up. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's see here. So in order to properly show this, how do you choose which type of lumber to use for a project? This is whatever was available at the shop that I went to that had live edge boards. I kind of wish that I had gone to like a sawmill or something, but there's not a lot of sawmills. I did get a call back from the guy that was nearby that had all the live edge stuff. I have a feeling I would have gotten something a little bit more raw. And he even had pieces that are outside of the shop that are just weathered, which could have been pretty cool. Maybe that's the next board. It'll probably be a couple years, but maybe BTS 3 can get a really weird piece of wood that's been outside. But choosing the wood for me, it was just a matter of what the guy had, because this was the only piece that kind of, there were other pieces that fit that were more expensive and nicer wood, and they were more like a shelf. I didn't need a piece that exactly fits a shelf. I need a piece that's interesting to look at. So, is this chunk kiln dried? I have no idea. I don't know what this guy does with his wood. I don't want to ask. I don't want to ask what he does with his wood. What about all those Mennonite farm builders? I don't know. What about them? Yeah, I don't think we're going to auto map the edge, but a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. We're not just replacing the board. We need to slightly tune our system in order to fit it. So we'll be changing a couple variables on it. I'll be making some tool plugins in order to map it. And then we'll need to cater stuff for the new board. It's not just you know, it'd be really stupid if I just put up a new board. That's not what we do here. I didn't buy Burn the Subs on Amazon, you know? This is a very customized piece of hardware that's doing one specific task. And so, you know, we relish in that kind of thing here. I'm mustard. Anyway, so let's get stuff down so we can assess this. I'm gonna need a larger shaft, don't we all? And then I'm going to need to, I have a second linear rail That's the same size as the one that's on there, but I'm going to need a new linear rail. The current system is belt driven. The new one's going to be belt driven as well. Belts for something this big are just a necessity. I wasn't willing to align and get screws all ready to go and working perfectly. Belts are just the way to go for something like this. Yeah, and because it's belts, that means that I need more belt in order to do the new vertical. But that should be totally doable. I don't know where my small belt is, but that's one of the easier parts. Let's see. The wire guard will remain the same. Control box is, of course, exactly the same, except maybe the wiring. I may need to jiggle the wires a little bit in order to get it to work. Yeah, a decent ball screw is also very expensive. All right, let's get the board down now that I've explained everything. Oop, that's the wrong one. There you go. Yeah, the other thing is that it's not, there's no load on this system, so I don't have to treat it like it's a mill. But no, we're not putting a camera mount on it. That's another project that I'm putting for. That's what Burn the Subs 3 is all about. So, hold on. I'm gonna brighten this up a little bit so that we can actually see what's going on. This camera is traditionally low gain because high speed, low gain because there's a lot of light over there. There's a lot of light. All right, let's go a little bit more distant than that with the focal point. All right, here we go. Where's the already burn board going? Fucked if I know, man. I don't got a place for it. My brother wants me to put them all up on the same wall, so I can be like, you guys gotta fill up this board. And I'm like, I'm not like that. I'm not gonna say that. Come on, chat, let's fill up this board. Yeah. That's how my brother talks. It's not actually how he talks. Oh, I gotta keep these things in a safe place. Jesus. Where am I gonna put them? I got like gasket parts over here that are like kind of important. I spent like a bunch of money on them. All right, get that over there. Alrighty, let's take a look here. I'm not gonna be near the computer while I'm doing this, so I'll come back and I'll thank people if they decide to contribute. Shit! I think I can pop the window open. I think that part of the storm is past. Oh, it is moist out, isn't it? Alrighty, put that there. Let's scooch this thing out of the way just a little. I've got like years of clutter that I need to kind of scooch out of the way in order to get this stuff into position. Multiple years of clutter. It builds up. All right. So with that done, you guys can sit over here. I'm gonna get this down so it doesn't fall on my brain. This edge of it right here, this top piece. Oh, Jesus, that's bright. This top piece right here is of concern to me. This is like the rough part. I may take a sander to it, smooth it out a little bit. All right, this can go. I guess I'll lay it down right here. Okay. Oh, that's a little bright. You guys are right in the brightness, huh? I haven't heard the word scooch in a while. Man, you haven't been in the right places. Scooch is a wonderful word. Configure video. Turn down that gain a little bit. A lot of bit. Why isn't it adjusting? There we go. All right, that's a little better. Thinking outside the board. Shouldn't the active writing area be independent of the board? I'm imagining a roll of thin ply that could, what? Advance a meter every year? No. I'm not going to make it a roll-up thing. What is your problem? Listen, there's a certain pomp and circumstance about having a board that starts and finishes and has a goal. I could have made this, and one of the considerations, I could have put this thing on galvo motors so that it can make all kinds of different fonts. I could have done a randomized font generator on the thing, and I could have made the board out of glow-in-the-dark paint and just had a square board on my wall, and every sub that comes in, there would be a little laser show, and then their name would stay in the glow-in-the-dark for a little bit of time, and it would fade out slowly. I could have done that. And then it would have been completely fleeting and temporary. People would have probably thought it was worth $5. But where is the, that doesn't put me as the class leader of board gimmicks on Twitch, right? That doesn't put you at the top. What puts you at the top is creating a permanent record of that person's name and their contribution to your channel on something fancy, so that dick-ass fuckballs ends up on a beautifully crafted, smooth piece of maple wood. That tree grew for tens of years, was chopped down with love and care, ended up on a Home Depot shelf. Could have been part of somebody's fancy floors in their cabin, but instead it's on my fucking wall, and Sergeant Poopernoodle ends up burnt into it with a fucking laser. That's what puts you at the top, kid. That's the idea behind the board. So when people have these ideas for something that would be more convenient, I raise my nose at them from the top of my ivory pillar, and I say, lo, beest this dumb idea that I have to now actually humor, because I don't know. I ran out of stuff to say. There's a pomp and circumstance behind why we do it the way we do it. Anyway, back to the board. We got to get this thing down because it's dead. It's dead. So yeah, I gotta move the mic cable, and I'm gonna scooch the table out from the wall so that I can get my big fat ass in there and actually move and actually, like, get the drill and everything ready to go. Let me get the drill ready to go first. I love the wall control stuff that I bought. This is all wall control shelving. I have a feeling that, well, if my wall stuff, if my sound stuff starts to deteriorate any more than it already has, I might rip it all down, replace it with wall control. I don't know if I have a lot of room up there, and everything else is like behind equipment, but it means that I can hang stuff up on the walls very easily. So I guess I could do that before, but it's like a dentist's drill. All right, so we need the square bit in order to get the these vertical pieces off. Let me see here. So I gotta find my bits. Where are my bits at? There they are. At least the piece of wood ended up with a dick and balls. What are you talking about? They're not straight to the wall. No, I put them on poster board, which was kind of dumb. I put them on poster board. A lot of people like spray their wall with glue and they put them directly up on the wall, which I can't even fathom that. Is that the right one? That's the one. That one seems a little chewed up. Yeah, the poster boards aren't exactly the size of the tiles either, so the edges of the tiles are all messed up. What? What's wrong with that? They're held on with nails, so I'll have little nail marks on the wall, but otherwise the wall should be relatively untouched. All right, let's open this thing up so I can get in there. Of course, now you guys are looking at all my garbage. There we go. All right, step 3 of 5. Remember that assembly is the reverse of disassembly. Vice versa. What'd you watch on Twitch today? Some fat ass trying to get into a small space. Okay, there we go. Why is there a soda can back here? What the fuck? Long time ago, I did a staining project where oh God, I need a broom over here. Jesus Christ. I did a little staining project for that table, and I ended up dripping a lot of it onto the floor. So I've got little bits of like, not staining, sealing, little bits of drips of sealant under this table. It's pretty bad. I don't think I'll ever reconfigure the shop so that it's totally visible, but all right, let's get this out of the way. All right, so this is kind of like a moment of truth, because the The board has been mounted in a particular position for 2.5 years plus, and moving it means the death of Zero. So the board has been off for a little while. Technically, we could have done something where we just ignore the name that clogged the board. We just ignore that person's name and we just move on. People were saying that I should try to find a spot for that name. I could have widened the outside area of the board too to give it a spot to go. I'm not doing any of that. That name killed the board. So here's the moment when I cement that, because once I remove this, it can't go back up. So rest in pepperonis, huh? The death of a board. Dun dun dun. These are like the only 4 of this type of screw that I have. Actually, I think I had a couple more of these, but I guess I gotta support it now. Down we go. Down, down, down. Down in my belly. Scotch, scotch, scotch. Oh, these are chewed up. Should be doing this with gloves on, huh? Oh, come on. That's it. It was 4 screws. Aw, damn it. I wanted to let it fall forward and catch it, but the gantry was in the way. Plus, it'll hit the laser. All right, so let's pull this thing out. Pull it out like a Band-Aid. Ooh, what's it doing up there? Oh, I see. Oh, weird. It won't, there we go. Okay. Go. Board is dead. Rest in peace. There's all kinds of weird mounting shit from before, but how weird is that? It's the wall. It's the wall. Dun dun dun. I have so many lights on Burn the Subs that the wall is a little bit bright, but he dead. I can still get the screws from the back of the board. I'll leave them in for now, but this thing is just going next to the other one, which is between 2 shelves. I don't got time for old boards. Let's get this thing out of here. Open the doors, get them out of there. Now, if you guys want to see the relative scale of things around here, well, I'll do something weird. I'm gonna do something weird. Chad, I'm gonna do something weird. Here's what the board looks like over here. What's up, Dirts? Couldn't you turn it over and use the other side? Yeah, if I was lazy. I'm not lazy, though. If I was a lazy fuck, I could do that. God, you guys are lazy. Everybody wants to come in and say that simple solution that would solve everything. But this isn't engineering, this is art. Could you cut cheese on it? Yeah, I could probably turn it into a cutting board. A series of cutting boards. God, how much would I have to sell those for to make it worth it? I mean, it's a one of a kind. If I wanted to right now, I could get 4 more planks, glue them together, throw them up there. I don't know how long it would take the laser to burn this again. It's not doing an optimized path, that's for sure. I could just set the database as unburnt and then have it go through this entire list and just recreate the board from the start. I would really need some air exhaust in this shop, though, because that would be like 24 hours of people lighting matches. But this is the scale of the board, if you guys were wondering. Everybody's really shocked about how small it is. This is the scale of the board. There he is. So, oh, there's Roboz. So yeah, this is the, oh God, there's this. This was not on the regular board. I don't know how that area came through. I have to open up Pyro's render of this. This is worth looking at, actually. Hold on. Well, I got the board on my lap. Let me see if I can pull up. I don't know if I can do that. Where would I pull that up? Let's see, that would be in announcement stuff. Is the best place for me to find it. Then we'll go back on a couple tweets. Oh no, my retweets aren't there. Well, let's just take a look at that. Take a look at that. Scroll down until I get the repeat. There we go. Burn the sub and search. Actually, no, I want the full render. I don't want the... What is a burn the subs? Ah, look at all these links. Pyro made a good page. Okay, hold on. Let me find that full render. Where did that go? Okay, there it is. Yes, please show everybody all of my emails, you fucking asshole. All right, this one. There we go. All right, so we're over here. Oh God, I can't even. I'm like looking over my shoulder to try to see it. It's like putting a strain on my neck. Hold on. Oh, my back, my neck. All right. We are. Where are we? A little bit to the right over here. We're looking for that Rob Oz. So if I go to here, I'm going to see who's around here. Twitch is wonderful. Actually, wait, we were holding it like this. So it's somewhere, yeah, here we go. This is what I want to look at. Yamum, and then Rob Oz. Where's Asshole Casserole? We're like, where are we? Here? Oh, wow, we're way towards, okay, so now I know. Your mom's granny. So this area right here, Brian was taken, Atomic Bomb Chew, Miguel Oz, Rob Oz, Pro Amateur Expert, right? Compared to what happened here. It looks like Atomic Bomb Chew screwed it up. Something happened with Atomic Bomb Chew to not put them in the right area, and that would probably fix this area. Because Atomic Bomb Chew is supposed to be right over Brian was taken. Interesting. Add it on below that, and then over here, who's that? That's not Island Jer? Yeah, the Island Jer is supposed to be lower down. So yeah, there's definitely a y-axis issue that's going on with this. Definitely a y-axis issue, because it seems like, you know, Rob Oz and Brian was taken, as far as we can tell, are in the right spot. So that could be down to the limit switches. It could be down to the software messing up. It could be down to an overheating driver, skipping steps, which hasn't really happened on the y-axis, but yeah. It's really surprising. Definitely felt like it was larger in dimension. That's because the camera was like pressed up against it, right? Now the set screws didn't get loose. The set screws are, you mean the screws that were holding it to the wall? What set screws? I don't have set screws. I don't think. Listen, if I put a good coating on this, you could cut cheese on it, and it wouldn't. You know, you wouldn't get butt stuff on your cheese. The pulleys aren't. You know, I could check. Because that'll be part of the mechanical shakedown that I do for the old gantry. Because we want that thing to get up there and work until Burn the Subs 3 is done. So now the next board is not going to be as dense as this one. This board was specifically designed to be dense. This one was designed to take as many names as we possibly could and give it an interesting look. I'm okay with the way it looks. It's kind of what I expected. It does kind of all like blend, but the chaos of it is nice. There's a lot to look at here, and it's kind of fun to look at. So I'm pretty happy with the way that this board turned out. This is sort of a little bit of sort of a holdover until we could go into 3-phase motors and stuff in order to make our system a little bit more industrially good and modern and you know, be able to do all kinds of cool stuff with it. Burn the Subs 3 is going to get a lot of that stuff, is if we want to get creative with the way that the names are going in and things like that, because then I'll have control over the filming of it automatically, and I'll be able to have control over the laser, and we can put more advanced stuff behind it. So what the names burnt in looks like a wood grain. I see it as it's a wonderful representation of a random distribution. It's a pretty nice random distribution. I think the Raspberry Pi did a good job on that. Yeah, we've already got all the right stuff on Burn the Subs 3. Burn the Subs 3 is going to be using Granite Devices motor controllers, but they'll be servos. So they're going to be better positional encoding on the rotation of 3-phase motors. So they will be much better devices to use. I think we're going to drop the step size of the stepper motors on this one, on the next one rather. This one had 1,600 steps or something like that per millimeter, which is a lot of pulses to go into a driver. It might somewhat account for the vertical. I don't actually, you know what? No. Well, yeah, it might account for the vertical issue because it has to go a big distance. A horizontal doesn't appear to have messed up, although we don't really have a good way of telling that. Vertical is really where you'd see all the issue, huh? I wonder if we get a step size issue. Well, no, because then everybody would be squished in the same way, and they're not. Some of them are in perfectly fine spots. It's just it seems like going vertically, sometimes it would skip and then mess up. Or alternatively, one of the limit switches could have possibly drifted and caused issue. But yeah, the error is like a millimeter. Pretty crazy. Yeah, this is the board. 2.5 years to create this, and I'm gonna chuck it at a bonfire. Can you imagine if that was my stream? I was just streaming outdoors, and I'm just in a field, like drinking beers in a lawn chair, and then I just run in from off camera and just hawk this thing into a bonfire. You wouldn't end up on live stream fails for that, in spite of it being a good candidate, because you can't explain what this is and why it's so valuable in such a short, in a Reddit title. Would it be a ton of work to change it to a capacitance type limit switches? I would use Hall effects, and I consider it, but I'm not sure. I don't know if I want to go through the testing phase of that. I'd rather double my efforts on Burn the Subs 3 and get a new one of these up quicker. But again, I don't want it to be the same thing. I want it to be unique and fun, so that you guys aren't just grinding in an MMO to get your names up. This is done. The era of names going up, tiny names going up in random locations always is done, unless I decide to do something very similar to this with one of the boards after this one. But now we're going to have you go up and you get a little bit of time with your name burning. I know, zero latency, optical, no bounce switches. I think just switches is fine. I think that does the job. The thing that I'm most concerned about right now is extending the vertical axis a little bit. I'm not burning each chat. No, if you want to burn each chat message, that's when you put it onto receipt paper and you have it on a quick thing. But we don't need it to be quick. I'm not that popular. I don't need it to be quick. Burn the Subs 3, of course, will be more hands off, and that'll enable me to actually get popular and get a lot of subs, because then it can run in the background almost. I'll have it pull up video windows at the bottom of the screen so that I can see what it's doing, so that it's not necessarily blocking stuff, but I'll have to figure out how I want it to frame the video of a name going up while I'm doing something else. All right, anyway, this thing, I'm gonna put it up against the shop over here. Just put it up against the desk. It did good. I think this board did good. And I think the collisions added a little bit of drama to it that wasn't previously there. Grind the subs on granite. There was what's his name? That wasn't Marco Reps. I forget who was it that was maybe it was Marco Reps that was experimenting with diode lasers and combining all of the fiber optics. It was like an optical, like a charge pump loop optical diode, something laser that he was able to get powerful enough and get a good enough cut on the fiber optics that he was able to actually burn into granite with it. It's dead. All right, so back to burn the subs and the giant blank space on the wall that it has left. I'm gonna get my screwdriver kit. Maybe I need like a dust cloth or something like that, but I'm gonna be all the way over here where I can't see you guys. I could maybe pull it up on the tablet, but the tablet's by the milling machine, so I don't think that's really gonna work. What do I have open over here? I have this Chrome window that has chat in it, I think. It's a little too far away though, because you guys would be right here. I still wouldn't be able to see you. Well, I'll just move it, and I'll see if I can read you guys from here. It's probably gonna go to sleep too soon. All right. Anyway, come back around here. All right. So what we need to do is figure out how we're gonna add more vertical space to this thing. Because right now, the way that this thing is gonna fit up, you guys won't really be able to see it, but I'll try. I have to come all the way over here. Adonon's missing the naked wall. Yeah. What timing? Oh, he said I'm here before your messages even came through. All right. This thing is not light. Welcome to my powerlifting stream where you get to hear noises that no human has previously uttered. Oh my God, it needs a lot of space in order to fit. Like here. This right here needs to fit in. So I need something like a little over an inch. And then I still need to redesign the holds. So if I maximize that vertical space, I might be able to fit this. Oh, but then I won't have the holdups for the cable tray. If I move that rail all the way to the top and zip off just a little bit of that end, then we might be able to fit it, but it's gonna be close. This thing goes back down here. Oh, I'm gonna get a massive splinter in my arm from this. Okay, so if I absolutely maximize the amount of vertical space that I'm able to get out of this thing, then it's possible that I'd get it to fit. But down here is my concern, because this, oh, something just fell off of the shelf behind me. I mean, I can go down to here. It's not really gonna, the wall is gonna look a little weird, but I think that's okay. We'll be using up more of the wall at least, but there will be more wall visible behind the thinner stretches of the board too. All right, I think this can work. I think we can get this to work. I have to redesign how I'm holding up these things, because right now I'm holding them up with a big wide bracket, and that has, you know, too much space on it there. But I can flip those and have them come directly out of this, and so that gives us like this much. And if I put the top rail all the way to the top edge, that'll give us that much again. So we're getting two pinches of space out of this, and that will hopefully give us enough room to start, well, enough room to get that board up there with a minimal amount of interaction with it, like a minimal amount of shaving off from that board. It's going to be a little bit of a dicey affair, but if I do it one piece at a time, we might be able to get there. There's like dust on my walls. Pah! All the dust from the board raining down. Actually, we could fix this too if I redesign these brackets. Ay. There's a lot of work, guys. There's a lot of work for version 2.5, but I guess if it's going to be up for 2 years, we might as well do all this work. All right, this is our initial assessment. So if I take off the vertical axis right now, this guy, I can't unplug all the wires from it. I probably should have done what I did with a 3D printer and had them all go to like a wiring board. Ooh. There we go. I stood up. Plus thickness. Well, you know, this thing has a lot of standoff on it, so there is a decent amount of thickness that this thing can cater for. So why don't I bring you guys with me? The mic wire went under one of the wheels for the table, and as soon as I tried to move, it fell off. Stupid thing. No. Okay, you guys come over here with me. Ow! Stupid thing. Over here. All right, we can look at this area with the axis on it. I can try to remove this thing. We can get an assessment of exactly how long we're going to need for that shaft. I can order one. The ruler is over there, and I can't get to it. So first things first. Oh, it was a thing of 3D print filament. Ugh. Yeah, but I think my trust in 3D printing, my skill in 3D printing has improved enough that I think I'd trust myself to redesign this bracket here. Because this bracket, I don't know how close, I don't know how in focus this is, but these metal brackets are just like a giant angle iron that I bought from Home Depot and altered along the way as I went. But I cut it and drilled the holes for the mounts, and then it goes vertically into, looks like a piece of maker beam that's suspended on the edge. So were I to extend this outward, I'd have to redesign some of these areas here, because these spans need to be, yeah, that is currently the length of the board. It's going to need to be taller, because I need these to go onto it, the pillow blocks. I'm going to have to redesign the vertical axis. That's going to need a redesign if we are going to exploit it for all that it's worth. Fuck. Like in the software, changing the vertical span is super easy because it's just like, it's just a number. It's just a number in software. It tells it how tall this thing can move, how much this thing can move vertically. Oops, that locked it because the switch got stuck. Thinking. Maybe move that under if it's all the same. If it's going to be about the same distance, move the motor under and then have that go down further. A lot of this mechanical stuff. Well, this mechanical stuff's still going to be here. It's just going to be lower. So if I do longer rails, it's just going to have to be a much larger axis in order to accommodate this. And my insulin pump's yelling at me. I haven't even eaten anything today. Let's give like 10 units or 10 carbs worth of units. That should help. All right, let's see here. What am I doing? I guess we want to start pulling off the y-axis so I can mess with it. Because none of the rest of this is going to happen unless I move the y-axis. And the problem is there's a bit of a lack of plugs going from one end to the other. So, oh boy, I can either unplug absolutely everything over here, or just remove this and have it hanging. I'd rather get it over to the desk so that we can plan some stuff around it. Oh boy. The whole system has been built and like catered specifically for this application. So undoing stuff is very difficult. Let's get going. All right. So if I were to remove this directly, I could get it off of the horizontal slides. I can just remove it with eight fasteners and then releasing the belts from behind, because the belt is directly connected to that cart. I'd need more than just the screwdrivers in order to do that. But I would like to do that because I want to grease these rails. If we're gonna have another 2 years of this thing, I'm gonna need to do a little bit of work on it. We need to redesign this axis as well. Although it is nice to have the counterweight on the other end. All of this stuff is kind of useless. Is it even on camera? Yeah, it is. All this stuff is kind of useless. What's chat saying? This is turning out to be a lot more work than initially expected. They always do. Yeah, is there some kind of phenomenon named after it? Would cutting the board be easier? Yeah. You know how it is. Yeah, the glue sticks dispenser. I stopped using glue sticks for 3D printing, though. I'm off and on again with glue sticks, but that was a Thingiverse print, and then it turns out that the glue sticks that I bought were the larger ones, so I had to scale that up, and then I made it work with the wall control. It doesn't work exactly with the wall control. If it worked exactly with the wall control, I would be able to just take it off and move it, but there are bolts through the wall control that hold it up. So if I were to rearrange how I do that wall, I would need to pull the wall control piece off, which is easy enough to do with an electric drill, but it's annoying that it's you know, that it's like that. Oh well. Anyway, okay, release the belts, do that. All of the limit switches and cables and laser stuff and things that are coming out of this are kind of a problem. I don't know how I can disconnect them all right here. I can just go up the line a little bit and cut them. No, they are long, and they can be unplugged at the controller itself. And I think I may have to do that. I think I may have to bring the entire drag line with me, which I guess is all right. So let's do the drag line first. I'll do all the power connections and stuff first, which brings us down to the view that you guys have currently, but it's this stuff here is what I need to unplug. Let me see here. What are the chances that I'm going to be able to figure this out again? Where's my phone? God damn it, my phone is all the way back at the desk. I was going to take a nice picture of how everything is laid out. I'm going to move you guys away a little bit so that I can get by, and then I'm going to get my phone, and I'm going to take a picture of this thing so that I have a record of how it plugs back in. This is why Burn the Subs 3 is a complete overhaul. Let me come back to you guys. Pareto principle? What? Swimsuits? What are you talking about? Hofstadter's law? Never heard of it. All right, I'm going to take a picture of this thing so that I've got a good record of what plugs in where. Oh boy, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that plugs in over here. And a lot of these cables didn't have safeties on them. So if I poked the wall funny, I would end up breaking Burn the Subs. We'd have the stepper motors. I have to get really close to chat right now. Hey, chat. Hey, excuse me. Pardon, just coming through here real quick. If I poked this stuff wrong, everything would go crazy with the board. So let's get a photo. Okay. Now I should be able to undo all of this. I may need a pair of pliers in order to do that, but all these wires right here that I've put behind this little section of organization stuff should come off. I need a Phillips. That should be okay. USB I have to unplug just to get out of the way, and then this whole wiring loom explodes. Well, let's just get all this stuff unplugged now that I've got a photo of it. These are the concern, is these, I use the silicon jacketed wires in order to make this plug for the motor. So I can't pull on the wires or else I'll break this. Gotta pull on the shroud. That one's the x-axis. This one I can actually pull on. Those are pretty strong wires. And these are just numbered 0 to 5 in terms of plugging them into those headers. I just needed a picture of that header so I knew where to start. So that is, oh, and then the lighting. That's the lights. Okay, so that's everything unplugged there. I'll undo this little cable organizer. This thing was just a clutter mitigation scheme. There's a little like umbilical tube. Let's put that there. Actually, you can fuck off, x-axis. Now that I've unplugged the motor, I can just move this thing willy-nilly. Get out of my way. Alrighty, start of the show. Let's see. Let's get that off, and let's get this off over here. I'm gonna need a pair of pliers in order to do that. There's so many different fasteners on this thing. Oh no, I can do it with this. Okay, I can do both of these. So, big screwdriver. Let's see here. Big old screw driveler. Because this one is into wood. So this is gonna be a... I don't know, that's not so bad. I thought I was gonna break my wrist. Torque my wrist off. All right, I'll get this thing back into the wood so I remember where it goes. Actually, let me get the wire organizer with it. Should have made it more locally unpluggable. Put that DB25 connector on it. That's for the future. Do that for the future. This thing doesn't need the DB25. DB25 would only be useful for what I'm doing right now, which is taking the whole thing apart. Okay, so there's that. These two, no, just this one needs to let go of the cables that I need. All the stuff that I built into this to kind of help me work on it is coming to light right now, and I can see whether or not my methodologies and my way of doing things sort of helps me. Separate out. These are all the wires that go from the board on the wall to the controller. So these are less in motion connections here. So those I can just put back into the wiring harness. So they don't get damaged. God, these metal wire things are like all bent out of shape. It's like working with springs. I should have a head cam so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Helmet cam. So that's held in there. Let's read chat. What are you guys saying over here? Yeah, you've probably mentioned the law before. I should know. This apparatus predates safety. I was going to get one of those stickers from AVE. Oh, really? It's a multi-law. It's got other purposes. All right, moving back over. Well, actually, we're not done here yet. I need to get the... you guys can barely see it. Here, come over here. Burp. Burp. So now I need to release this down here. And then I'll be able to remove the vertical axis completely. So that's held in with two more nuts, which I don't think are this size. They are not. No, they are. Oh, wow. Okay. We'll just try to catch them. Then we can pull this whole thing back over to the desk. So let's do that. And then I can get these. A lot of this stuff was just kind of organically put into place. It was sort of like, well, how do I do this? Oh, let me put this here. How do I do this? Let me put this here. And so a lot of this stuff is less, you know, it's not like we sat there with a committee and decided what would give the board a certain amount of longevity, or how I didn't sit down and say, well, what happens when I decommission it? I didn't even think about that, you know? What happens when I decommission the board for the next set of projects involving itself? I had no idea. I just kind of did this stuff. We're going to try to get this all back to the desk. All right, so that being said, I need to release this thing. One of my gripes with this is that these rollers are sort of off from where the axis is. You can see it kind of like moves upwards as it goes over here. It's actually off by a little bit. I'm gonna look for like loose hardware to make sure everything's in the right spots. But yeah, so these belts go onto the top of the cart with a lock nut. So I can get to that lock nut. And I'll see about if I can get to the bolts that hold it in. But we need to release that entire thing. So the belts are now... Fuck. Damn it. Okay, fine. Be over there. Be over there. See if I care. I could release the cart from the L brackets, but I kind of want to pull the L brackets out with everything else. Because I can just do the 2 vertical bolts. Can I? Can I just do the 2 vertical bolts? The 2 here and the 2 down there. Is that going to cleanly... That's not really going to release it. It wouldn't be able to move. So, yeah, I guess I got to do this. I got to do this. Oh, you know what? Actually, the sanctioned way to do it... Hold on a minute. The actual way to do it is just to remove the side bolts, because it's actually held in from the side. So let me put this back for now. Yeah, I can actually take these 4 side bolts out. That's how we did it in the past. That's how we used to do. I remember now. One. Let's do these first. 2. This thing is a big Rube Goldberg machine. Wait a minute. No, I can't do that because we're taking the wires with it. I could undo the wires here. But if I'm taking the wires with everything, doing the 4 side bolts and removing it this way, I can do the side ones here, but then I have to take that cart with me. Hold on. Let me think about this a little bit. Yeah, I just have to release the carts. Okay, never mind. We gotta go all the way to the carts. I'm gonna have to get the belt off of them. We'll just have 2 giant belts sitting on this thing. Because yeah, the wires won't come with it. That's the thing, is I should have gotten like a giant automotive connector or something, or like some kind of locking connector, and put it on the axis. Same with up here. I should have done that as well. Have plugs along the way so that you can pull the parts off. But I wanted, you know, you got to build the system first before you see the need for things like this. I'm going to drop the screw. Don't let me drop it. Okay, there we go. Whew. Got it. I got it. Looks like we didn't lose power. I could be speaking too soon, but what's chat saying? One sec. PP notes, yeah, right? If lightning strikes the shop today, do you save the board first? I think if lightning strikes the shop, there's not a whole hell of a lot that I can do. I think your scenario is invalidating itself. It's too small. Too small. All right, so I do have to release the belt, and then I got to get the 4 bolts from each of these carts, and then this whole thing will come off, and we can take a look at it on the bench. And I'll have it out of the way so I can measure what the span is going to be. Careful now. Oop, okay, there goes that. Spring tension. All right, and that falls away. And this is a cleat that you can buy for these belts. It's just like a little belt cleat. That's what I use on the back end of the aluminum angle iron. All right, let's slow down here. Trying not to lose my lock nuts. You guys can see, right? Hold on, let me go over there. You guys can barely see. I'm like way off in the corner. All right. I just don't want like a lot of that white wall in the shot because it'll make things look terrible. Yep. It drops away. It was like sticking to the aluminum. And now I need to get 8 of the maker beam nuts out of here. Ooh, that one's kind of loose. That's a little concerning. Hey, thing's attacking me. Get back up there. It's not really going to want to stay there because I'm moving it with my hands in the way. Yeah, these are a lot more loose than I thought they would be. It's interesting. I wonder what kind of mechanical strain they've been putting on stuff. No, no, no. Don't you fuck. Oh, I caught it. I caught it. I caught it. 2 more and then I can stretch my legs. Can't get to them, of course. Oh, what a sad day. My board. She has no life. There's no life in her. It's dead. I can't get to these. These are tough. Where did that go? Okay. Okay. I felt it hit my hand and then it vanished from this plane of existence. I think it's in a pocket dimension. It's just gone. All right. Cool. That's weird. This one I can't even get a wrench. I can't get the screwdriver to undo. There we go. God damn it. The wiring is just falling on me. Stop it. Okay. Stand up. That's going to be the tough part. I am standing on my mic cable. Hopefully I don't unplug it. Oh. I didn't unplug it. All right, so now we get to do the top piece. Whew, all right. You guys know it's like 80 degrees in the shop at all times, so I don't have the fan on me right now. All right, what's going on over here? Blah, 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 blah. Civil connectors, the new version, GT 16.8 locking ones, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about the connectors. It's been windy here. It's gonna rain for at least 24 hours. Huh. Lost power earlier. UPS saved me about an hour of work. Yeah, so I think we're through the thick of it, although this storm is like, it's sort of like hugging the side of this area. So if it sneaks east a little bit, we could get another big lightning storm. There was a lot of thunder earlier, but if my power goes out, I am not going to put the stream back up. We'll just call it a day. We'll probably be doing work on this again tomorrow, but yeah, it's just right now the power situation is kind of weird. So that's how it is with storms around here. It seems to have calmed down though. I haven't been able to look at a radar though. All right, so I got one more bolt holding the y-axis, 2 more bolts holding the y-axis in. And these are sort of the pieces that I've been looking to redesign via 3D printing. That's why I want to get the whole axis off of here. And in the grand scheme of things, this is not a lot to be going through to redo the axis. This is not a terribly large amount. It is, God damn it. It is a lot more work than you might expect. I'm not just literally swapping the board out. We're gonna try to get a little bit more out of the area of the board, but in the grand scheme, it'll be all right. We'll be all right. All right, there's that. We can pull this whole thing over to the bench. Oh, hold on. Okay. Whew. All right. So, here's the naked wall. For all it's worth. You get out of your way here. Move the fan out of the way. get my dumb ass around this thing, get my screwdriver kit while I'm at it, get my mic cable off of the table. The floor is filthy over there. Okay, that thing, this thing, and the other one's on the screwdriver, coming over to you guys at the bench. I've worked for myself on weeks on something to not get anywhere, but I've learned a long time ago to not accept other people's projects. No. Yeah. Yep. We get a lot of that around here. We also get other people's homework, which is always an interesting one. When somebody asks a question that just really just sounds like a homework question, you know? There's like a way that homework questions are phrased. All right, back over to the bench. I've learned not to accept my own projects. Well, there's that too. There's that too. All right, the trusty y-axis. Trusty. Man, my shop is going to be all pulled apart for the next umpteen amount of time. I hate that. That's not cool. I liked it when everything was put together and on the wall, man. Okay, so this is the vertical axis, and this thing is going to need a little bit of surgery if we're going to extend the board vertically. Now, if I am going to, I guess I'll need to know the distance that it's going to move. You know, how much further are we going to expand it? And actually, the thing is, considering the distance on the rails, nah, we got just about the whole thing in there. It'll also be good to replace this span right here because there was some issue with it. It feels kind of rough. Yeah, I'm feeling kind of like a ticking noise, like a ticking force coming from it, like click, 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 click. And it might be the balls in the bearing not getting around to where they need to get. This was a certain number of millimeters vertically. I think it was like 300. So I need a longer linear rail than this. And then the maker beam, I believe I can get the distance out of the maker beam. I think if I can move the pillow blocks this way, and I can put the motor under. If I put the motor under, that's going to get in its own way, isn't it? Yes, it is. Wait, no, it's not, because it'll ride under where this cable chain is. So if I can flip the motor to the other side, and then move these blocks down, keep this where it is, but then this gets in the way. No, but that moves with it. If this whole thing moves down and the motor moves, that means the motor's going to get in the way. Fuck. God damn it. Okay, let me think about this a little bit more. How can I get the wires out of the way for now? Let me see here. Try to get this so that I can actually just like have it on the desk. All right, there we go. Yeah, this is kind of how it originally went together. Was we took the different axes and we kind of isolated them and got them working, and then eventually put them up on the board, put them up on the wall. But so we've got two rails here holding up my y-axis, and then I've got a cable tray. So, easiest way to get some more distance out of this thing, get some more verticality out of this thing. These wires are not going to be happy with me when I extend everything. I really don't want to have to extend everybody. I mean, the alternative to doing this is cutting the wood. The alternative to doing what I'm looking at right now is cutting the wood, and I don't know. I feel like that piece of wood is too nice for me to alter. If I can get an inch or two out of this thing, or maybe just even an inch, I can fit much more of that board. And I think a lot of the space can come from, well, these brackets. Those brackets are well outside of the area of where the laser hits, but the laser is somewhat lacking in in its verticality. So slide that down, no consequence. Can't move this. Longer beams would mean that I can move that down. Pillow blocks up there, further vertical. That's gonna give me like, it's gonna give me like such a small amount of space. Can the software cope with the varying Y maximum? That board is much wider in certain spots. Yeah. Actually, what's going to happen is we will define a larger area within the board, calculate the pixel size and everything like that, and then what I'd like to do is create a program that will let me use a game controller to just move the laser along the edge of everything and define where that edge is, and then that'll translate into a PNG image. We already have a PNG masking image, so it won't be easy, but it'll be something that's doable within software. We can just make a separate program to do that once I get the hardware figured out, which is what we're doing right now. This jumper is of particular interest. That jumper right there, if I actually plug this in to the computer, I need to undo that jumper because there's a ground loop, and when that ground loop goes off, it sets the laser to be on permanently, which is pretty bad. Rise of mechatronic and electrical vehicles. I guess, yeah. An electrical grease monkey. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's who you know. It's who you know. I don't know if I'd be able to get into those jobs. All right, so... Oh, that's bad. Look at that. That's off by quite a bit. Huh. That's really bad for the axis, having the belt do that thing. That sounds fun, Chester. Working with 480 volt, 4-phase, 3-phase, 3-phase mechatronics in a factory. That's cool. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here, huh? A lot of stuff that I'd redesigned from the ground up, huh? All right. First things first, we got to measure some stuff. Let me get my measuring tape. That is unfortunately not the metric one. I'm not gonna do a screw axis. These are the parts that we have, you know. I don't want to change it to use screws. Plus, I don't have that. I don't have the screws on me, so. But yeah, I guess it would give me better mounting and slightly better mechanics out of the whole thing. Although the step size would change too, so we'd have to remeasure. We'd have to remeasure what steps equal what distance, which is why I kind of want to hold on to this. I want to hold on to that. That's important. All right, let me get measuring stuff. I don't have measuring stuff on me. All right, where's my measuring tape? The metric one is in the car, so. And I'm not going out in the rain to go get it. I'm gonna just get this one. All right, so let's see what we're up against here. So these are nearly 2 foot. So what, 40, 50 millimeters? So they're like 50 millimeter spans. 609 millimeters. So let's see. So what is the, oh yeah, let's measure, hold on, let's measure burn the subs and see what my maximum is there. I may need to order those vertical pieces that are on the board No, I need larger than that. If I'm going to make that, yeah, I need larger than that. I kept MakerBeam in business for a while by ordering their stuff. So the shaft is, of course, going to have to be a little bit taller than everything else. So that one is at about, yeah, it's less than 2 feet. So it'll probably have to be 2 feet in order for it to cover from end to end on this thing. Yeah, probably have to be 2 foot. And then the ones that I got in there right now are the same size as the y-axis. Okay, so that's what I needed to know. So I'm going to need longer shaft and longer MakerBeam in order to make this happen. So let's take a look. Let me get back over to the bench. I stepped on a silica gel packet. Oh my God. Yeah, that guy measured it 12 to 18 by 55. 12 inches to 18 inches, but then I've got to get the whole thing in there. So we're looking at like 700 millimeter. What is 700 millimeter? $24, $27. Let's see if they have 700. I think they skipped 700. These are XL. I'm not using XL. 300 by 10 by 10. See, we're going over to the 2020 extrusion because there's so much more available. 700 European standard. Nope, that's not it. I'm not going to remake it for that. Yeah, they got 1,000 millimeter. That's XL. No. MakerBeam. Do. Actually, you know what? Do I have some? Hold on. Let's before we do this. Yeah, 2020 rails are fun to work with. They're very easy to use. We're not using that. We're using 10 by 10. So 8 millimeter shaft, 700 millimeter linear motion rod, 8 millimeter by 700, $20. I guess I'll get this. That'll get me my vertical area. It'll get the 2 axes running together. And presumably 700 millimeters is already too long. So, but yeah, let me take a look through scrap and see what I've got, because I might actually have some scrap pieces that I can cut up in order to make this without having to order stuff. Now I will have to order stuff for the mechanical things, because the linear shaft or whatever the whatever it is, the shaft that I got is actually yeah, I do have scraps. Is actually for Burn the Subs 3. So I'm not gonna get into the Burn the Subs 3 pile in order to build this thing. Plus, I mean, I can't build it overnight, so it's not. I might as well just order more. It'd be good to have the scraps from that. Oh my God, my scrap pile. You guys don't get to see the scrap pile. It's off in the corner. Let me see here. What else is over here? Well, I've got 1,500 millimeter linear rails, but they're for much larger stuff. One day I'll make a CNC. One day. Then I can actually use those. So I got 2,000 millimeter spans. I got another one sitting over here. I think this one's a 600. Let me get these out. All from the scrap pile. You work with this stuff enough, you end up with a pretty hefty scrap pile running. 2 for $10 each, plus a coupon. Yeah, that's right. I can't afford not to get it. I hate that phrase so much. Can't afford not to. All right. So what can I get out of this? So I got 2,000 millimeter ones that I can cut. So that can make up the 2 sides of this piece. This is actually a pretty good candidate because it is a little bit extended, but not much. So What were our... we were talking about like 2 feet, right? We need about 2 feet out of this of usable area or not. 2 feet of usable area would be very nice. I think we've got like 1.5 of usable area right now. This just barely gets us to 2 feet. So I think I'm probably going to have to cut these. Turnkey is my hate. What? Yeah, because these I can get a little bit more distance out of, these scrap pieces. So cut the scrap. Can I keep the metal cart holders? If I do it right, I could flip them around. No, but then I won't get the belt mount. Although I could cut a belt mount into that, but then I won't get the cable chain mount. Never mind. Yeah, I was thinking like, can I flip those so that there's not, because this goes outside of the cart area by like a half inch. Yeah, by about a half inch. So that going out into the cart area by a half inch means I'm losing an inch to the carts. Although it would be nice to keep the wood away from the rails, right? I think instead what I can do is just make the most of what I've got on the wall, bump that stuff out, and then cut this accordingly, get that in there, and then figure out what size shaft we're going to need to order. Just talking about whatever, aren't you? All right, back to BTS. So now I need to figure out how to expand this thing vertically a little bit. What's going on with my... Oh, there it is. Okay. Sorry, trying to get stuff in focus here so you can actually see what's going on. All right, so what are we going to do? Well, I guess I need to release the top rail and move it up. And I could probably pack some grease into that linear bearing before I totally pack it all up and call it done. But let's move the top rail up a little bit. I'll get a better camera angle on that so you guys can kind of see what I'm doing, kind of. But I think what's going to happen is I'm not going to have enough parts, or I'm not going to have enough. Well, how's that going to work? I'm going to have to remove the bolt that's holding that there, and I might have to remove them all the way down. And then there's a chance that this thing will break off and fall. Or I'll bend all of my spans like that. All right, there we go. There's a nice flattering angle. Let's try to move this one up first. It'll require me to get into a lot of the stuff here. I think this will go relatively painlessly. I think there's going to be a little bit of assembly on my part in terms of... I'm going to have to break down the entire vertical axis and then rebuild it with a longer rail. That's fine. I've got scraps that I can do that with. And then these, I think I can move in place as they are right now. Get myself back here. All right, so we need to open this up so that I can slide this thing all at once up. This is held on by... Well, this one's holding it on one way, and this one's holding it on the other way. I should have gone with this way. So I can actually change the way that this is held up, and that'll let me move it. What about this one? Oh God, there's a lot of dust. Ooh boy, that's a lot of dust. A lot of dust. A lot of time, a lot of dust. If I change the way that that's held up, changing the way it's held up means that I have to get this whole thing off. This is where the 2020 rail, by the way, this is where the 2020 rail really is better. Because the cleats for the 2020 rail are the type that twist and then put pressure in it, whereas these are permanently installed into the rail. Not permanently. I mean, I need to clear space for them if I were to take them off of this and put it over here. And then if I were to get one on the back end of this piece of rail, the piece of rail that's attached to the slide, I need to scoot the ones that are already in there down to where I need to go. Made all these problems for myself. I'm gonna get the belt out of the way. So instead of reinventing that, instead of reinventing the wheel, I'm gonna have to work with what I've done. so I don't have to go through all the trouble. It is kind of a bit of it's sort of a bunch of crap that I sort of stapled together to get working. You know, there's not a whole lot of it's a lot of the stuff I've done to this is like random. You know, it's like, I feel like doing it this way, or I feel like doing it that way. Not a lot of reasoning behind everything I'm doing. I sort of slapped it together. That was the fun of it. It's the fun of it. Wow, look at this guy. He's got this professional laser etcher up on the wall. I'm like, that's garbage. That's garbage that I stapled together. It just happened to work properly. I don't even think these rails are parallel. I think I did that with a laser though. It looks like this end is lower than this end, like significantly. It is. Oh boy. Ugh. Okay. All right. So, moving on up. We got to get the shaft out of here. And that's actually under tension. So, get this thing out. It is fun to work on a big project, like something that's the size of your wall, because you get to get all up into this kind of stuff. All right, and then I'll just release this so I can move that around for now. I need a smaller hex bit. Release the pillow block. These are called pillow blocks. They're just bearings that can tilt a little bit, and they just provide you with something flat that you can mount a bearing to. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. All right, so that's going to allow that piece to move vertically, as it does. And then I need to get to like a shit ton of bolts here. So let me get ready for that. That's one of these, I think. Nope, one larger. Oh, my tablet went to sleep. Hold on. You guys might not have been able to see me working over there. Quick clunk. Hey, what's up, Uncle Phil? RMAing at 5700. Oh, yeah. How many things start? Okay. Just working on my wall. So I have a cleat sitting at the top of this angle piece here. These are like little miniature angle pieces that aren't actually Maker Beam. There's some other product. They just make it easy for me to mount Maker Beam directly against Maker Beam at this angle. You know, probably should have gotten corner cubes for this whole thing, whatever. So I think we can survive with just the one down here. I don't think I need the vertical one. So I'm gonna take that vertical one completely out. That's the wrong size. I'm going to take the vertical one completely out. We're going to rely on only one angle iron to hold this thing in, and I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be all right. Of course, I'm probably going to have to involve the laser level in this eventually because I'm seeing how this thing is not exactly perfectly straight. I guess it didn't affect the end result. The end result was still okay, but all right, this thing. It's not going to want to leave. Yeah, I'm going to have to get this fastener out of here, which I got the tools, so might as well. If I do this one at a time, it'll go a little easier on the hardware here. Actually, I'm going to have to remove all of them. I'm going to have to remove all of them because I don't know. I want to get as much as possible out of this, so I want to move that all the way up here. And we're just going to have one of the vertical things on it, so... Oh, God. When I drilled this out, I think yeah, it's pretty permanent. Fuck. That one stays in. Actually, that means that the whole thing won't slide vertically, will it? Fuck. Okay. Well, that's a whole new set of problems. It always is. least these are attached upwards. See, when I attached this to the wall, I just kind of went like, I need a hole here, and just put a hole right through the maker beam instead of putting it on like a bracket or something. I should have put a corner cube on this and then put the screw through that. That would have held it without damaging the maker beam. But, you know, the show must go on. I had to do something. I almost dropped my drill. I could take this whole thing off and work on it. It's not that hard to do. Fuck it. The whole thing's coming with me. At least I'll be able to see chat while I work. Let's get the bottom ones out first. Rest in pepperonis, burn the subs, you're coming with me. Dead or alive. That's gonna be a real pain in the ass to put this thing back up, but there were 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 2 down at the bottom. So it's easier to just remove from the wall than it is to... That means I'm gonna have to hold it up, huh? Yeah, the whole thing wants to come towards me now. One more bolt. Use my stomach. It's dead. Oh my God. What have you done? Your wall, your beautiful wall. Okay, let's get this over to the bench. It's getting caught. Oh, I'm stepping on the cables. Huh. All right. Yeah, it came off really easily, didn't it? No, the tilt doesn't explain the collisions, because the tilt would be there always. All right. Burn the subs is dead. Oh my God, that looks terrible. Look at my beautiful wall. Actually, the boards on the wall are tilted too. I'm going to have to use the laser in order to make this thing level again. But for a little bit, we'll be working right here. So now I can sit down and we can actually figure this whole thing out. We can try to maximize our vertical space. And that way, the new board will go up easily. Now keep in mind, we don't need more horizontal space. We've got plenty of horizontal space for what we're trying to do. We just need to move these rails out a little bit from one another. Now, they are one of the fundamental parts of this whole system, so that makes my job a little bit more difficult. But overall, we should be able to eke a little bit more than 1 inch out of this whole thing, which will hopefully enable us to get to every part of that other board. That's the idea, anyway. No, see, so it won't cause collisions, because if the axes are tilted in a weird way, it's always going to be tilted. I'm not telling you guys how much I spent on the new board. It was a couple $100. That's what justifies all this work that we're doing right now. No, I'm actually keeping that information from you guys. God, engineers are some of the most fucking curious cunts in the world, aren't they? They will not let a detail slide, and they have to know everything. You know? So I have to explicitly say that I don't want to tell you guys what the price of the new board is, instead of leaving it as a mystery. And then I'm an asshole for doing that. You people can't help but ask all these stupid fucking questions. They're not stupid questions, but whatever. You know? All right, so this thing is big. This is going to be tough to work on because it is a large. But some of the way that stuff is mounted is a little bit off. Like I'll mount to like the side on the top one here, or I'll mount to the front on the others. But yeah. Pretty stable the way it is. So what we'll do is, I guess, move these up to their maximum, their theoretical maximum, and I'll have to make sure that I still have access to this hole. When it's a matter of life and death, it's important. When is it ever a matter? What do you? Okay, whatever. Jesus Christ. Let me get my tools. I forgot to bring those over. Get the tools over here. Okay. Alrighty, let's see what we can do here. Now this one's easy because it's on the sides. This is the one that I was having trouble with because it, the drilled out area pushed down the metal a little bit. So I need to get a screwdriver in there and open up that track so that I can get the, stuff moved. My stool is pinching on a cable. Why does everything seek out wires here in order to make me angrier? You know? It seems like everything, like, when I put my foot down, it's automatically, like, on top of this mic cable, no matter what. Or when the stool goes, like, and the stool foot is on the ground, it automatically pinches this cable. It's not about having clean floors. There's more to it than that. I don't know. It's just, it's what it is it's a bias of me to get annoyed with it. And so, my memory is selective. Yeah, so what I did is I just basically took a drill with a countersink on it, and I took a drill and then a countersink directly to the maker beam in order to mount it to the wall, which is really not how I should have done it. Well, I can't have no cables on the ground because I got a mic cable. I'm not gonna hook it up like I'm in VR. have a ceiling cable, plug everything in. So when I fall on the floor, I'll unplug it by accident. I'm gonna cut the shit out of my hand with this. Wireless is lame. Where did the fastener even go? Oh, there it is. Just a bolt through this thing. All right. I should have gone a little deeper with this. This is, so the main drive behind Burn the Subs 3 is to make a more professional version of this. This is the not professional version of itself. This is not very carefully done. But now that we have an idea of what is required in order to do this, we can do it more carefully. This is not going to work. I need some way to get the aluminum out of there. Jeez. Yeah, I kind of missed the point of what I was saying. Anyway, that's what Fadanon was trying to do. He's trying to drive that point home. Kind of missed what I was talking about. You're not wrong. You just missed the point. I can't see what I'm doing. Hold on. I think I can hoist this thing up without scratching my fucking monitor. I almost scratched my monitor. There. This is a trip. This thing is sitting against the desk over there. I don't have a way to like ream this out. In my haste, I've ruined this connection. I could try to like force the screw to go through and then bend all the aluminum out of the way. I don't know how well that's gonna work. Might be able to get it out this way, because yeah, all the fasteners are gonna be above this once I move this. So. There you go. Wish I could get involved in some engineering as serious as that, but it almost requires security clearance. Yeah, and for me to move. Yep. Double the thing. You got to work for the right firm, and if you're working on like public works and stuff like that, I don't know if they actually have a hard requirement for a security clearance, but it is something that involves, potential for terrorism and stuff like that. So, I've never gotten into that level of civil engineering. Am I going to tear my pants to shit streaming today? I'd really rather not. I do need to order more pants, but I didn't want to force the issue. Really didn't want to force the issue. All right, so I got to get this fastener up through there. These are the little problems that I have to overcome, right? At an old job of mine, I had an incident, not at the job, it was off the job. I had a little incident where I perforated myself with a firearm by accident. And I didn't want everybody at work knowing what had happened. So I didn't want to tell them the story precisely. And I had my manager come to me and go, you know how engineers can be. They'll want to know what happened. You really should tell them. I'm like, this is a HIPAA violation times 1,000,000. And they seriously, these fucking cunts seriously wanted to convince me that I should tell my coworkers exactly what happened medically so that they wouldn't ask questions. It's like, that stuff drives me nuts. Drives me nuts. Probably could have sued if I felt like not having a job anymore. All right, come on, man. Hello? I'm trying to get this. This is just not going up further than here. If you tell people everything, there's no questions to ask. Yeah, right, okay. No, I just told them something that was even more gruesome than what actually happened. Because, somebody always has to come up and be like, hey, man, you can tell me what happened if you... And it's like, dude, you're going to fucking start a rumor for the whole office. Like, I don't want to be Mr. Rumor Guy, and I would rather keep medical shit to myself sometimes. Even though I really don't do that with you guys. But it's a different environment. It's a totally different environment. Office stuff is so obnoxious, So what I ended up doing was I had an even more gruesome story that was something that would have happened to like a mechanic. Could have happened to somebody who has a bunch of shit in their garage. So so I told them that. And then the questions from everybody suddenly stopped. Yeah, there's a little bit of a disconnect between me and you. Maybe that's why I overshare, or why I feel comfortable sharing with you guys. There's a little bit of a disconnect. Not as much as with some streamers, but I got that going. All right, so the rest of them are mounted differently, so I can just slide the rest of them up. So we should be able to expand the vertical the top rail now if I release all of the stuff that's holding it on this rail. So I'll move these until this rail is directly parallel with this. Now I could go a little higher than that if I change the way that this mounts over here, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to bother to do that. Oh, these are still smooth as frig. Ooh, oh, that's nice. The other one's lumpy. This one isn't. This one isn't. We will re-grease these, though. These don't have Zerks on them. No. So I'll have to pull this off the end of the rail and then pack some grease into this before it goes back. It doesn't need to be done now. I've got a bunch of that red molybdenum disulfide grease. I know, like, if you're gonna tell a half truth, make it embarrassing for yourself, and that way people are more apt to believe that you're telling them the truth. Make it a half truth, or make it a little bit embarrassing for you. These are devious tactics on how to be a complete asshole. So, let's not listen to chat or me today. Tell the truth always. Be nice. There are giant dust bunnies in this thing. It's almost like it's been on my wall for 2 years. I know this is like training on how to be. This is the Jim Can't Swim, the anti-Jim Can't Swim. Or no, wait, Jim Can't Swim actually does teach you how to be a psychopath and keep the police from from suspecting you. A lie by omission is still a lie. I don't know. Where does that? Where are we talking? I don't understand. How do I want to do this? If I release all of these, then this thing becomes a flimsy, crazy piece of shit. And then the whole axis is going to want to do stuff that I don't want it to do. I think what I can do, well, let's just do it. I'll keep it on my legs like this. You guys are sitting on my lap today. See if I can move this a little bit more without revealing my disgusting corner of trash. By that I mean my stomach. No, there's actually the trash bin over there. It was trash day, so it should be pretty clean over there. It's not. All right. So this one here, now I'm going to do just a little, I'll just release it a little bit in order to get it moving again, right? The Maker Beam makes this all possible. It's going to be, I don't know what kind of considerations we should have translating this over to the new one, the design of the new one. I would love the new one to be much more configurable. Mostly the new one is going to be larger, and it's going to have a different belt system. So expanding the area is not really going to be needed, right? It's just going to be area coverage. So any piece of wood that I get to go there, I need to be more strict about the size, unlike what I've done with this one. It's not a lie if you believe it. To a degree. All right, so the last one is all the way over there. I can't get to it. Hold on, I gotta hoist this up, put it all the way over here, on the vise. All right, there we go. Now I can actually reach it. This thing is so large, and yet it's not large enough for me to have to leave it over on the wall. It's small enough for me to grab it and bring it all the way over here, but it's also too large for me to easily work on while sitting here with you guys. Oh, great. Don't look at me. Don't look at me, I'm gross. Okay, let's get this over here. Now that should move. Ooh, it barely moves. I didn't loosen it enough. All right. That goes all the way up. Oh God. Okay, hold on. Oh no, I hit the camera cable. Ah, fuck. All right, well, you can see me on thermals. I accidentally unplugged my camera, which means that all of the cameras are going to go psychotic and lose all their stuff. So I'm going to plug that camera back in. You guys can see me moving around on thermals right now. I'm going to plug that. Notice how I'm moving slowly. Yeah, I would have pinched off a finger by now. That's why I'm moving so slowly. All right, here we go. I got to reconfigure. I think what I need to do is close the Stream Deck and then open it back up so that it has full control over what's going on. Because what I'll need to do is now start up that camera again. Pick up that cam. This is really annoying. So if I go to the spring arm and I go to properties, deactivate it, reactivate it, it's going to come up. It's going to be an autofocus, auto everything pretty much. It's still in 30 FPS. Shaking my patootie. Let's put it back up to highest FPS. But the problem is if I go to like the face cam or maybe BTS, no, I think that's viable. We can survive with that for now. I'm gonna exit Stream Deck to see if I can get the WebSocket connection to work again. Quit. I need to like automate all this stuff. It's just when one camera disconnects, Logitech is like, I don't know what camera's what, ha ha ha, and then it screws up all of your settings. So let's see if we can run the ARM procedure. And then we'll check in on the face camera, check in on BTS. All right, I think we lucked out. I think maybe, well, the last time this happened, that was pretty much how we recovered. So, but I had to reconfigure every single camera. Super annoying. Okay, back to very carefully widening this thing. Actually, I could probably lock this one down. I'll lock this one down. So it's a little less than 2 feet. It's not quite 2 feet because these brackets go all the way up to the top of the rail, but they're a little wider than the rail. Ow. There's so many sharp surfaces on this thing. It's almost like some guy randomly built this on Twitch as a pithy way to convince people that his stream was worth watching. Ow. Ow. I don't know. Like, if we could see wood on the wall today, that would be pretty cool, but I'm not certain of how I'm going to fasten that. What is still holding this over here? I forgot to undo this one. Or I didn't undo it enough, and it's just getting linked in there. Oh, and that one is loose from the bottom. What did that? How did this get caught up in it? Get out of here. Stupid wires. Jeez. Autocannon, you don't need to remind me of stuff. So silly. Hey, I missed a bunch, but you did this wrong, right? Okay, man, I know what I'm doing. I don't know what that tendency is. It's so weird. Why is this not moving? What's going on? This thing is like, it's not getting by this area where it's squished a little bit from my drilling. You just force it beyond that point? I don't think so. Ugh. Bother Ross. That sounds like Sugar Ross. Hey, streamer, remember what the A button does. Uncle Phil, I don't want to ban you. Be like that little kid with the that meme with the little kid with a gun. I know what I have to do. Yeah, I'm not always talking about every single facet of what needs to be worked on right now, so wouldn't you think that I would be very keenly aware that I would need more belt for the vertical part? Here's the NE key. I don't know, I'm still looking for it. One day we'll find it. Why is this? Okay, so this is the one that's pissing me off up here. It's pretty much just this one just not getting by the metal, because the metal distorted when I drilled directly through the rail, which is, you know, maybe not something that I should have done. Perhaps. I mean, I didn't exactly have a speech prepared, you know, last stream, but I hope I articulated my points properly to you guys. Did it seem clear why I do things the way that I do things? I think my point was a little confused in all the details, as I was trying to just, you know, I was speaking off the cuff, but you know, I think my reasoning is pretty sound. There it goes. Okay, I just had to knock against it a couple times. So the thing is, like, I don't know how accurately I mounted a lot of this stuff. We'll just go from here and see what happens. I didn't really want to put the whole board on surgery here. Although if I really wanted to, what I could have done is move to the arm camera over to the other bench, so that I would have the ability to. See, this isn't going to work out. Well, barely works out. That should be okay. So that I could work on this thing flat. Instead, I've got it vertically here, just because of the way that my stream is set up. Let me attach this over here too. The thing is, these beams are not necessarily flat to each other. Like if I put this down on a table like this, I don't think these would all touch the ground. Oh, damn it. Okay, that one is not cooperating. This one, I've barely got it out of the way. Here, come over here with me. Come with me, chat. Look what I'm looking at. Look at this. It's very much out of focus, and I'm sorry, and I can't get to my... I need the thing longer. I need the thing longer. I know I can print that from Thingiverse, but yeah, what I need to do is I need this hole to be clear. When I was visiting a factory, they got these linear magnetic drivers on some of the machines. These things are incredibly fast. Linear magnetic, I've seen them before. They're very expensive. Being that they're industrial parts, they're extraordinarily expensive, which is unfortunate. I don't exactly have like Rockwell Automation beating down the door to get them to be featured on my stream where I curse at products, you know? I'm not always positive with products that I use, and I don't think advertisers are going to like that very much. I spoke to one company that does some automaty stuff that people love for DIY projects, and they had a whole laundry list of reasons that they gave me on why they would be reticent to advertise their, to give me a sponsorship, and then I could use their motors and stuff, which were really nice. But they gave me, it was actually nice of them, although it's very hard to take that kind of criticism. That kind of criticism is tough because it's like kind of personal. Because a lot of this stream is, what do I bring to the table? Well, what do I bring to the table? I bring my personality to the table. You can go anywhere else and watch people working on weird projects. I have a production value. That's sort of an added bonus, but I also have my personality on top of it. What did oh, who said it? What was it? I think it was Jay-Z, not Jay-Z 2 Cents. Actual Jay-Z said, I'm not a businessman, I'm a businessman, which sounds really stupid, but when you think about it, it's you. You are the product. You're the product. So that's what nobody can copy. Everything that I do here can be copied. You can spend a couple $100. It wouldn't even be that much, actually. You can spend like $1,000 and you can do exactly what I do. You can't be me. That's all I got going. That's all I got. You can't be me. So, yeah, anyway, the one automation company that I spoke to, they were positive about the comment, but they had a couple things that they wanted me to change that I'm not going to change. So I don't think, and I think if their opinions reflect the industry, then there's not that much of a chance that I'm gonna be able to work with super cool automaty stuff. The kind of stuff that I'm priced out of. Ooh, I actually brought that tangent all the way full circle. How about them apples, huh? Fucking hey, right? All right, what I'm doing is I'm putting these angle brackets just a little bit off of the rail because that gives me more room for the screw that'll mount this back up on the wall. And, I don't know, just gives us more width. Mostly it just moves these off of the screw. Funny though, that's like very nearly even. Yeah, maybe they're all in about the same spot. My arms are getting tired. What do they want you to change? I'm not going to go through the whole list, but it seems like a lot of what they were focusing on is not really understanding what Twitch is, and they wanted me to stop cursing. That was one thing. I said, in the previous video, I said fuck once. Once. And they said, we would love it without the curse, which is what my parents said about the video. Isn't that annoying? I really hate that kind of stuff. I can't that I understand where they're coming from, but at the same time it's like, come on. What are you, my mom? Like, this is new media. We're not speaking to my parents. I had one instant where I said, no, I didn't, no. Listen, I wasn't going to be rude to them. I'm not going to be rude to them because they were giving me good criticism. Good criticism is hard to come by. And these are people who possess the ability to really enhance the streams by giving us a bunch of cool toys to play with. So no, I'm not going to be rude to them. Not even like, you know, in the sense that they were giving me criticism. And that helps me shape things for advertisers. Well, yeah, okay, so the thing that Linux has, the thing that Linus has that I don't, is a giant goddamn audience. See, that's the thing, is when you get something they want, you have power. You have the power to say, no, I am not going to stop cursing. But I don't have that. I don't have the, do we call it clout? I guess we call it clout. I don't have that clout. I just simply don't. That's not me. I have zero clout, guys. I am a cloutless streamer. We got a nice little community. We got a nice little family of people here that watch the streams and enjoy them. And I'm so thankful for you guys, because otherwise I don't know what I'd be doing. I don't know what I'd be doing. Maybe architectural Arduino stuff with a friend of mine. All right, so, and not being able to afford insulin. All right, that's that part, right? So we've widened this part. We need to look at this one now, and this one is a lot more. This one is a lot more tricksy. I just do locally hosted, yeah. Just pulled out a beard. Curiously idiotic. Thank you for the follow. What am I making? Good question. What am I doing? What am I doing here? Oh my god. Use the exclamation point BTS command to see the previous version of I don't have a BTS 2 video, unfortunately, because I'm dumb and lazy. But this was Burn the Subs. This was my sub board, and it filled up. So we took it off the wall. I got a blank wall now. I don't have anything special about my stream. Okay, so what do we need to do in order to move this one? We need to do the same thing with releasing all of the clamps. I still need to get dust out of everything. There's like giant greasy dust bunnies everywhere. Ugh. Dust bunnies have dust bunnies. So I need to release all this stuff, and I need to scoot it down, but I also need to be careful of the wire run. So the wire run's the other feature on this thing that I need to watch out for. Now, moving that thing up gave us possibly enough room to fit the log, but we'll move this, and then I'll bring the log over here, and we'll compare the two. Although, really, I could just lay this flat. No, I can't, because this sticks out the back of it. The X-axis motor sticks out the back of everything. That thing was, man, we machined this new bracketry for the X motor, and that turned out really well. That was a fun project. All right, so these brackets need to move over to the other side, and they might interfere with some of the wire holds. So what can I do about that? I can use corner cubes to hold that up. A friend of mine in college had a picture frame with a dirty sock in it, artist subjective. I don't know, man. At my buddy's shop, they had a place where somebody got really pissed off and threw their cell phone, and it's stuck in the wall. So they put a picture frame around it. It's actually pretty good art. It had a statement to make. Just thinking about how I can mount these minimalistically. I need 4 corner cubes in order to do it, because I'd like to lower this down all the way to here. If the sock was worn on the wall, a walk of Europe? I don't want your Europe socks. Damn Europe socks. Fouling up the place. Can't believe you've done this. Let's see. Let's get this out of here. There's a lot of like grime around this thing. Okay. Just get started, I guess. I guess if I take it a section at a time, it's not going to be that bad. So, because the first thing to move is going to be the wire harness, and then I'll move the rail over, and then we can assess how much room we have. That means I need tools. So I need the maker beam. I mean, I could just grab the maker beam wrench, but I do want a little bit more time with this screwdriver kit to see how good it is. This is the iFixit kit. So far, I'm pretty happy with it. I think I don't want... So, okay, if you guys can see what's going on here. These... Okay, we'll focus in on it. Let me see if I can get the camera and the light. Get enough light, get enough camera so you guys can actually see what I'm talking about. Barely. So these bars right here are holding up all the wiring that goes to the various parts of the board. Now I don't, you know, I could probably come up with a more clever way to do this, but this is just sort of what was available to me at the time. I chose these size fasteners specifically because they allowed me enough room to do weird shit like this, right? So if I move this over to this side, that is a viable thing. You know, that could work out perfectly well. I'm going to have to attach this little wire nut in a different way. That's just there to make sure that the wires don't get in my way when I'm moving stuff around the shop, you know, so I don't have wires sitting all over the place. Because you've got a moving device that's sitting near wires. You want to make sure that your wires can't get into a situation where they get caught. That's a, you know, basic tenet of running a machine like this. But and I also can't, you know, it can't go beyond this because there's a wall there. So I could have run these wires in a slightly more clever way, but they all pretty much culminate on this wire nut up here. If I flip that bracket, it means I don't have. It means I need to push out some of the mounting points for things like this. I can't see it. The wire chain below there mounts here. No, I think I can flip this and then I can reuse one of these, and then I think it's just at the edge. So that'll work. What about these? This one won't work. This one just barely won't work. God damn it. Down here, it barely won't work. Because this and this overlap just a little bit. And it really is just like, you know, by 2 centimeters. How do I get that to work? How do I get that to work? How do I teach these kids? Well, if I move it out just a little bit, it moves out up there. It moves up on that. It might work out. It might just work out. That might be within the wiggle room of the idiocy of the design of the system. Let's do it, and let's burn those bridges when we get to them, huh? How about that, chat? How about we do that? This is why I'm motivated to make Burn the Subs 3, is because of shit like this. Like, this is speaker wire. It's not like special super duper wire. It's just speakers wire. There's nothing crazy about the way. Actually, how can I do that? I can flip this to the other side. And that needs to become undone anyway for when I put all the wires on it. MakerBeam makes this kind of reconfiguration nice and easy. And my philosophy on this project, at least in the recent past, was that once we activate the board, it is in deep space, meaning there will be no editing of the major hardware components. So now we've gotten this thing back from deep space. It's covered in radiation, but we're able to do these kinds of like edits of configurations now. I just don't want it to take too long. I don't want to take too long doing this. But I think these are very necessary. Having more vertical space to work with means that I don't have to molest that board as much in order to make it viable as a target for the laser. So that's just like that now. That's not going to give me a lot of room for the axis, is it? Yeah, these brackets are a problem. Okay, so we're going to put corner cubes in here. so I can make this come directly off of the edge. I mean, I could do it like that too. Yeah, let's do that. Let me drop it down there. I'm going to drop it down. Well, if I drop it down using a corner cube, yeah, I think that works. So I'm going to use a corner cube on this, which means I need to get the corner cubes out of the bins down here. We're focused very close. Let's focus far. Then you can go, look at this fucking fat ass. It's so gross. Why is he on camera? What a gross person he is. All right, so right about here, I believe. Nope. I should get those out anyway if we're working with MakerBeam. Let's see. Nope. Those are all the brackets. And then these, there we go. Should be able to find some corner cubes in here. There's a lot of reconfiguration of hardware, but I'm going to try to take it piecemeal so that we don't completely undo everything and then I forget what goes where. Plugging this all back into the gantry is going to be a stressful thing. It's going to be a stressful thing. I hope you're safe during the storms. How serious are the... Okay, I'm gonna do this is something that I should not do here, is go to forecast and pull it up, see what's going on here. Where I am, drizzle, heavy rain until the evening. We're in a clear spot right now. I don't have any other warnings other than that. I mean, it's just a storm, you know? It's just a storm. I don't know why. Oh, I see. So the board has to take the front and center of attention here. It's just like rain falling from the sky, you know? I don't think it's going to be that bad. Other areas are probably hit a lot worse, but no, we're doing okay right now. You had a tornado watch last? Jesus Christ. Are storms getting worse, or is weather reporting getting more dire? That's my question. I guess it's sort of answered by what you guys are saying, is that it's actually storms are getting worse. Corner cubes. These are a smart way to make a good-looking corner on the MakerBeam. If you're looking to get a look to your MakerBeam and not have a lot of the silver brackets all over everything, these things are really nice. It's what we used in the computer build to make it look schwanky. You gotta have that little bit of style. We gotta have style points, Chet. We gotta have style points for what we're doing. Yeah, I guess the storm is more west of here. Yeah, the thermal cam is a Lepton 3.2. Sitting in a Group Gets webcam thing. It's a Group Gets webcam. It's basically for the thermal cam to turn it into a webcam. And then that is mounted onto the side of my Logitech Brio that's on a mic arm. And I put a little 3D printed case around it. We might need to give it a fan. And so I got the meme fan to potentially put into that case. It actually looks really good right now. A lot of the like little bits of noise that you'll see around there are from latent heat in the enclosure. And we have, where did the meme fan go? It should be right around here. There it is. I got this little sucker to put in it if I need to. Just a little 12 by 12 millimeter fan to put inside the enclosure if I really need it. We'd have to design it, and I'd have to figure out where to get 3 volts from inside of the enclosure, which is harder than it sounds. Harder than it sounds. All right, so we're converting these to corner cubes. Yeah, the thermal cam is great for soldering. We're not doing soldering today, but yeah, the fan is adorable. It makes a little bit of noise though, so I'd have to do something to keep it from going full tilt. And it's not full tilt, by the way, everyone. Just like chomping at the bit isn't a phrase, neither is full tilt. Champing at the bit is a horse term, and full till as in full tiller, as in full speed. What about 2 turnips in heat? I don't know that one. What is that? I don't know that one. Oh, god damn it. There goes a screw on the floor. All right, so these get little countersunk screws in them. They don't look perfect because there's, you know, one of the holes is going to be large and one's narrow. These would have been really good. I could have drilled out a couple of these corner cubes and used them as mounting points because that would have saved me a lot of trouble here. Oh, yeah, all the trailer park. Yeah, shit, what's the guy's name? Trailer Park Boys? Oh, man. Whatever his name is, isms. Shit, I can't believe I forgot. Ugh. In the South, they say chunk it in the trash. Oh, Ricky, yeah, that's, oh man, why? Oh, brains are fickle. Rickyisms. What I need to do is give this thing a little bend, this little hoop, because what it does right now is it wants to be in this position, this sort of open duck mouth position, but when it's like that, that means that it puts about a lot, like way too much spring force into this thing. Full tilt is a pinball term? Thought it was a sailing term. Thought it was full tilt. I could easily be wrong about that too. It is champing at the bit though. I don't have a good pair of pliers to do this with. I mean, tilt is just a pinball term. I didn't think there was a full. When they got pinball to be not classified as gambling, because it used to be thought that it was gambling and that it was all up to chance. And then they showed that smashing the machine, tilting it, changed. Full till is when a company needs to make a deposit. That's a little. I thought it was I looked it up. I thought it was a ship term. What sources did I have? This is one of those ones where I could just ignore chat instead of actually facing my own stupidity. Full tilt, running full tilt at a high speed. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, according to Candel, C8 can reach up to 30 knots full tilt. Your emotions might be going full tilt. There's a lot of examples in here. The etymology I must be missing, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a nautical term. Okay, I need a bolt. Seems like the kind of thing I put together and think it's true. It's a weird thing about Twitch is like everybody's got Google at their fingertips, right? And I don't, and so I'll say something, and the popular cool thing to do, all the cool kids, which I really hate to call them that because they're not, we'll try to come up with a counterpoint on. So, Wiktionary says it comes from jousting. Oh my God, so I'm wrong too. I'm wrong in multiple different ways. I'm interdimensionally wrong about that. Oh well, so much for my ideas of what phrases should be said in certain ways. I think the best idea is just to avoid all of them. Just say whatever you can off the tilt, and then nobody can call it out for being wrong because you intentionally didn't do it correctly. I made this one spring inwards. I need to get the cables in here. Yeah, open it up just a little bit. There you go. Okay. Get these back in here. I'm just going to take it pylon by pylon and just reconstruct it. Being pedantic brings out the pedantic in people. Yeah, well, I'm not a pedant like you guys. Ah! Oh, I just loosened that bolt. So now I got to get back to that thing. Great. Whole thing's coming apart. Right. It's like when you call everybody, you say you're acting stupid because it's funny. Joke's on you. I was just acting stupid. No, you were being stupid. Gotta lock that in a little bit. It's that bracket is not going to hold it as well as it could because it's not protected from twisting, which will undo that. They're meant to have 3 points of contact, so they don't have it in this unless I put a beam across that, and I'm not going to do that. We can't afford that kind of technology around here. My only concern is that in running the wires, I have not given enough room for this expansion. Yeah, all these problems that I'm kicking the can. I'm putting all these problems in the can, and then I'm kicking it. Kicking the can up the stream. Okay, next. Swap that out. Conditioning in here. I need to find two more of them shorty. There are some really really short countersunk bolts in here, and those are the ones that I should be using with the corner cubes. That way I'm not wasting any of the parts that I might use elsewhere. So I just need to kind of fish them out like Lego. Oh, I can feel the dust getting to me. So I was telling chat this earlier today, but there's kind of like a revolving door of people. So I need to bring up the same things multiple times. You're all fired, and I don't want you here anymore. No, I'm just kidding. No, I am actually going to this weekend. What I'm going to do is pull the streaming computer apart and put it back together in the rack mount case, which is incredibly stressful for a streamer. You should know that. That's incredibly stressful for a streamer to do because you get your setup all up and running and working, and there's no kinks in it, right? Nothing goes wrong ever. So, the problem is, well, basically what I'm doing is I'm just sort of like throwing myself out of the bird's nest here to try to get that rack mount computer up and running, right? And then I'm going to have to make sure that the rest of my setup still works with it. So I am going to have to transfer all the parts into the new computer, get the water block, in there and working. I only have the one radiator on the processor, which I'm annoyed about, but I'm going to keep it that way and try to get my whole stream setup reconfigured. Son of a bitch. Keep dropping these fucking things. I'm stressed about it already. We might need to take a look at the case tomorrow or something. We might end up just doing this tomorrow, though. I'm gonna stop typing the name of the hedgehog because I keep getting too many ads for fast food restaurant places with the same name. Oh God, that's a thing, isn't it? For a little while, I would just say, purchase BMW Mini, BMW Mini, BMW Mini, looking for BMW Mini, BMW Mini, BMW Mini, like BMW Mini, because I'm never gonna buy one. I don't think, they're not quite the car for me. And I don't think a lot of the stuff that I do online really targets me for purchasing one. But now I can see whether or not any of my devices will suddenly come up with that. Because we had She Who Shall Not Be Named, the Jeff Bezos lady. She started talking about getting haircuts on us. And I was like, I never said anything about getting a haircut. I might have conversationally said something about it. Why is it suddenly asking if I need one? So It's always good to keep those things on their toes. It's technically, like, according to all of the agreements and stuff, it shouldn't be giving them any data about what we talk about unless we use a keyword. It's potentially, it was because I bought a couple pairs of barber-style shears, really nice scissors to work on my beard. It's nice to have really good scissors to work on the beard, especially because I got to do it in the mirror. But it might have been because of that. It might have been because of that. And it was like, oh, they bought scissors this long ago. It might mean that they need a haircut now. Maybe they've had a bad experience trying to cut their own hair during the pandemic, and now it's about time that hair would have grown back. Yeah, I've also mentioned haircuts on streams, but I don't think Jeff Bezos is trying to specifically target me in advertising through what I talk about on stream. Maybe. I mean, he's allowed to, but that's a very small demographic, and Amazon typically deals with large pools of data. So pretty sure my phone isn't listening to me because I get the weirdest ads targeted at me. Yeah, if you get really weird ads, I guess that's a good thing, right? Shit, there's that. What, through my phone conversations, they're getting all of my personal data? All 2 of the phone conversations that I've had in the past 5 years? It's yeah, I've got a show, or an Echo C or whatever. But that thing, so according to the way that works, the Echo, is that it's not monitoring the words. It's not sending data on the words. It's when you use the command that it'll act on the command, and that's when it can send stuff. That's what I understand from it anyway. It shouldn't be listening in, and I know the joke is that it is, because it is listening to you say stuff, but it's not supposed to be operating on any kind of a network until you use the keyword. And I know the joke is that it does, but I don't think that's the case. But it is interesting to see when stuff does that. All right, there's that cleaned off. It was a little dusty. All right. Well, I mean, they already have my, like, that's why I thought that it was more related to, like, Amazon purchases than anything else. So that bracket comes out of there. This bracket comes out of here. I forget which one was the top and which one was the bottom. Well, I can go in through Amazon, and I can look at the different voice commands that were uttered and play them back if I want to. I can also delete instances of voice commands so that they're not on the whatever Amazon permanent record, my Amazon social score. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I think the purchase history is probably the biggest. That's what I was thinking just now, that like having bought haircut materials a certain amount of time in the past might tell the thing that maybe it should advertise itself as a means by which to find a barber, because enough time has passed that somebody who's given themselves a terrible pandemic haircut, which was a thing, would now have enough hair to seek out a barber. Which, you know, we'll never know if that's the case, because that's, you know, the way AI works. It's not traceable like that. It's not traceable like that. It's like a neural pathway that you'd have to track down. All right, so this is like this. So the corner cube's here. And then we can scooch this axis down a little bit. think I remember saying before that I wasn't trying to min-max the axes, and now I am. How do you know it's all the speech you recorded? And how do you know they'll actually delete the data from the service when you click delete? Yeah, that's the until you see the court case, you don't. Definitely think that you're probably correct. But for a company who makes so much money off of data connections, I feel they could have some huge brain people working on efficient collection and analysis techniques that cut down the required power. Oh, you guys are talking about power requirements for that kind of data collection? Yeah. Yeah. Thing is, like, unfortunately, it's like the wild fucking West out there. There are no laws for this kind of thing. And, you know, our legislators are in their 70s, in America at least, and America seems to be calling the shots on a lot of this stuff, except where, you know, Europe has been able to do a couple things, but for most of the, like, massive data hoarding and collection, it's really been the U.S. has been calling the shots, and our legislators are, our legislators are ancient, and they don't understand this stuff. So, it's tough. Companies love it. All right, get those 2 cubes on there. I keep dropping these little fucking screws. Everybody's missing all these drop opportunities. Yeah, it's tough to get the right people in the right places who understand this stuff. And so until something is done about it, you know, it's mostly going to be like, and actually, you know, that plays into why we've had a lot of different, like, giant scumbag, oh, this guy's a mega scumbag. It's because they don't understand that how all of this technology that runs everybody's lives works. And so they'll end up, you know, sending pics on an unencrypted line of their feet to some weirdo. Like, you know, and then that gets released because they don't know the first fucking thing about security. And yet they're using all of these tools. Drop opportunities. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I really should be using these corner cubes to hold up this rail. I think that would probably be a much easier way to do this, but I didn't have a ton of corner cubes when I built this thing. Oh, dear God. Could I just drop that bolt again? Could we just keep dropping them? How far back can I get you guys at a better angle than this? Ugh. Yeah, I need to automate the arm moving around. I was talking about it. If I had like a big deal industrial sponsorship from a place that actually understands Twitch, I would love to be sent like 2 robot arms and do a little bit of modification to them so that Burn the Subs would stay folded up on the wall in one spot, and then next to it on the wall would be a plank of wood that could be almost any shape. It could be multiple pieces of wood even, and then you would have the robot arms deploy, hold out over this location, burn and hold the camera, and then go back into like a compact shape. I think that would be a really cool robot to do, but I don't have the budget to build something like that. I think it would look really freaking sweet though. If it looked like some yellow and black piece of like technology on the wall that just looked like, I don't know, like a refrigerator shape, and then it would just unfold, burn the names, fold back up. That would be very, very cool. It's doable to a degree, but I don't have access to the expensive software and the very expensive hardware to do that kind of thing. Main thing to remember is that people are way less important than they think they are. Maybe. All right, we moved the wires down. So the wires have been moved down. Unfortunately, it's hard for me to maybe like a diagram of this thing and show you guys what we're doing, because these are big steps that we're doing right now. Move this rail up, move the wires down. Now we need to move this rail. Whew. I didn't even eat anything, and yet I'm hiccuping. All right, and then now we need to move this rail down as far as we can. Now, as far as we can depends on how the drag chain sits. That's a tough thing. So we're going to move it down, and I guess I'll just try to avoid this here. And as long as I think I avoid this with the cart, I think we'll have enough space for the drag chain. So I need to release a lot of bolts, not nuts. I'm running out of spaces to put things. I'm out of desk space suddenly today. Yeah, I'll hold off on the stream computer thing. I do want to take another look at that case to see if I can do it, but I really wanted to set up for game streams because I've got a couple ideas of things that I'd like to do. And that requires me to have an ability to start up a stream on the other computer easily. All right, up we go. Oh, the heavy end's on this side now. Okay, got it. Whew. Yes, I'm gonna have to focus the laser on that, which is a problem. That's actually kind of a big problem, is laser focus, because the board is not going to be at the same height. I may try to devise a different way to hang it on this piece in order to make it about the same height. That would be a much better solution because the focus of the beam is kind of important to the end look of everything. So I'll have to use some stuff that we did previously in order to get a good focus on the subject. What's going on here? Huh. This thing really is a piece of crap, isn't it? It's really easy to move this stuff around. All right. Now, I don't know how I'm going to get this to be flat and straight and good and true. True. True, true. We can measure it against its buddy using the ruler that Jose sent in. Where did that go? Where did my big ruler go? Oh wait, I don't think that's going to be long enough. Yeah, that's a negative. Do I have an object that's going to be the right height that I can measure against? Not quite. Not quite. Let's try this one. Connects are so unkind. I can't read connects without my thumb and forefinger hurting. I think the inventor of connects graduated from Drexel, my alma mater. My yerma mate. Oh, son of a bitch. This is not how this is supposed to adjust. What happened here? It just wasn't loosened enough. Why was the other one tightened more? What the? Did I forget to? God damn it. I gotta fix this problem now. At full arm's length. Actually, okay, I'll put it down on the ground. That'll let me adjust this. Okay, let's tilt this thing over. At least these will hold in place like this, and I can measure them. Yeah, this is not the stuff we normally do around here, huh? My whole filming setup has been sort of catered towards stuff that's not this size. Connects is how you learn tightening the crap out of the screws doesn't make the structure more stable. Connects don't have screws. Right? What happened with this? Why is this like this? Ugh, I gotta fix this whole end of the board. Not really so much of a board anymore, is it? And the problem is getting the little screws to line up properly and go into the rail now is a bit more difficult than it should be with these. They have to be at a particular height and a particular angle. Yeah, this is Burn the Subs 2.5. We're widening it right now. We're not so much building it as we're reconfiguring it. Oh, damn it, this sucks. I guess I gotta loosen this in order to get it to work. Burn the Subs 2 was built rather hastily. And this is where I'm paying for it. You can use the command to see the YouTube video on the first version of Burn the Subs. Because I'm an asshole, I have not made another video about it yet. But, you know, hey, it's mostly a Twitch thing. I do need to work on them YouTube videos a little bit, though. Yeah, it's a laser-powered subboard that exists on Twitch in order to honor the names of people who've supported this stream. But it filled up. After 2.5 years, 2.6 years, it's filled up. That video that I edited, I made around the time of... Fuck! I made around the time of fuck. I made around the time of Burn the Subs 2. Like right around the time that I was starting to build Burn the Subs 2, I edited that video. I was credited with editing it. But anyway, now we're on to Burn the Subs 2.5, and it's supposed to be just a small upgrade from the previous version. That small upgrade is that I'm using a live edge board. It's a little bit wider. So what we're doing right now is I've torn everything off of my wall, and I am attempting to thread some fucking maker beam. God, fuck, shit, damn it. These things get really annoying when you try to, because the heads of the screws are square, and they're supposed to fit into the extrusion of the rail, and they fit into such a degree that when you try to twist them, they don't twist. So what happens when you unplug it and you have a square bolt sitting on a loose nut, it rotates. And when it rotates, it doesn't want to go into the track. And so I need to rotate it back in order to get it to thread back into the track. So I probably could have saved myself time and just fully disassembled them and reassembled them on the thing. The only thing that I have that's large enough to measure this is I think what I can do is use my big T-square, and we'll figure out what that distance is, and then we can make it uniform throughout the rail. Quality real human talk, not that filtered reality advertiser talk. So then we spent a couple hours working on it, and then it's a couple hours later and everything's like perfect. Oh, it's real simple. Nope, we don't do real simple around here. Things get hinky. Things don't work right. And then I show you guys what I do in order to get it to actually fucking work. Why did my insulin pump interrupt me in the middle of that fucking shit? What do you... My mic pack is in the way. My glucose level's fine. Stop bothering me. Jeez. Okay, put this thing back. I know you mean cussing. I knows it. I know. All right, let's try to get this thing back. See, the problem is I've got a little resistance from the other side here, and I need this thing. I need to tilt these screws just right. Get those to thread in. I can use... Here, the rain's starting up again. Hopefully it doesn't take out power. Like I said before, if my power goes out, that's it for the stream. I'm not going to bother to put it back up. Where did the tip go for the screwdriver? I'm gonna need that. What happened? So I got this one in here. Oh, I put it back in the wrong section of the thing. All right. Smart. We got the smarts here, folks. Everybody smart. So smart. Here's that one twisted. Let's get this one. Yeah, Maker Beam can be a real asshole to work with, can it? This whole thing fucking sucks. Hold on. The maker beam slipped out of the screws, and so now I've got to like align everything perfectly in order to get it to go back in. Had this stuff squared away somewhat. Would have been nice if this didn't happen. A lot of the very careful measuring and stuff that you do in automation is so that you get repeatability. This isn't very repeatable. It's not like I need this thing to function in a precise way all the time. I basically need everything to go back together and then function relative to itself, not new stuff. So like squaring off every single rail connection, or like each beam getting square from each other is not a requirement for this thing to run properly. If I have a crooked beam, it's not like it's going to affect projects down the line, as long as it remains making the same kind of error that it always has been. There we go. Jeez, that was annoying. All right, so this needs to mount like this. Now I need to make sure that this thing is tight. Where did the driver go? There it is. All right. Tight, tight, tight. Of course, that's not square, which is annoying. All right, so that's held in there. I did not expect that to be the problem, but it was. All right, so down here, all the way down here. Actually, I'm gonna reverse this whole thing. This top rail is kind of loose right now. I gotta be careful with it. I'll bring the weighty stuff up top. Okay. All right. So we have the belt here that is just a little bit beyond the cart, and then hoisted off of it is the, oh boy, this is going to be tough. The wires are in the way. Okay, so all this shit over here, this vertical axis, I would like to reinstall here. Of course, with the cart and everything. So this is easily tall enough to go over everything, but we don't have enough room for the belt. That's the problem. There's the problem. So I could lower the wires to the other side of those rails, and then I would have room for the belt. Ooh, but not the drag chain. Not the drag chain. The belt would be there. Okay, that's barely enough room, and it doesn't really get all the way over there. So if that's right on top of that, what does a drag chain look like as it rolls out? Yeah, it actually works. And for once, the belt's flat. All right, so that's that right there. That's the span that we have to match. Everybody on Twitch is playing Diablo 2. You know, Diablo 2's got the name. Not really my style. I played a little Diablo 2. I got a friend who had one of the most powerful characters on. It was the old Diablo. I mean, it was it was Diablo 2, but it wasn't the remake. He had a very powerful assassin character. We played Diablo 2 in college, and what we did is we basically hacked the game, because we were just playing between ourselves. We hacked the game, so I had a necromancer who had so many skeletons and so many buffs on speed that I would go into a new area and all the skeletons would suddenly pop up. 22.5 inches. And that's from outside of the rail to outside of the rail. Yeah, well, it was single player. What we wanted to do basically is make the game not fun for us anymore, so that we would stop playing it because we wanted to move on to other games. So what we did is we hacked the ever-loving shit out of it, and it was hilarious. We got like the super duper sets of armor and everything. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Back when you could do stuff like that and not get fucking VAC banned or whatever. Altering games is like amazing. It's one of the most fun things you can do. You just gotta find games that are not crazy about it. So almost exactly 22.5 according to this t-square is where I'm gonna sit this. The real game of Skyrim is modding it. Yeah, that's right. Exactly right. I got a metal chip in my finger. I don't know where it came from. Oh, it probably came from the ruler. I cheated in Diablo 2 and skeletons scared me from playing. What? Skeletons are where it's at. My friend had an archer, and the archer would just like be basically a fire hose of arrows that would just spread across the whole map. It was hilarious. We had a lot of fun with that. A little bit of hex editing. But yeah, he used to be like super serious Diablo player. Apparently botting was super popular in Diablo 2. I forget which one it is, Diablo 1 or Diablo 2. My ruler can't quite get across. Oh, here we go. This will be all right. So this is Burn the Subs. This is my subscriber board, my laser-powered subscriber board. But it is in shambles. I'm in shambles. Shambles and shambles. That ain't 22.5. What's going on here? The fuck? 22.5. $22.5 is like way down here. Is this whole thing tilted over? Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, that's probably what it is. 22.5 is too close. That's got to be at like 22. So this one's got to move. This one's got to move. I remember from D1 was running into a dungeon. It was hard as fuck. Never beat D2 with a ball and stuff. I don't know. I don't know. All right, we'll make this one 22, which gives us... All right, hold on. Running was the biggest difference between the games? I don't remember, man. I don't remember. When did they release Diablo 2? I may not have played it. The one that I got way too into recently, and I didn't even fucking play either of the games. Oh, jeez, what the fuck is this? This is like, these numbers are an anagram for my phone number. Hello? Oh, hi, fine, thanks. Like kind of a big conference call. They're like, can the technician come out right now? I'm like, all right. That's air conditioning, people. There's something wrong with the AC, apparently. Making a weird noise. I don't have time to fix a weird noise, so somebody's coming out. I have no idea. I have no idea. I mean, we had the whole system replaced, so it's still under all the warranties and everything. So we just, you know, send a guy over to fix it. All right, so we're going for 22 inches from outside rail to outside rail. So I gotta get this measured. I guess the guy's gonna give me a call when he's here. So when my phone rings next, I'll have to do a BRB. I still don't have any of the tools to let mods do stuff like that. That's a slippery slope, though. If I allow them to start running the stream, they'll think they've got power. They'll think they've got an actual purpose. It'll get to their heads. Do not become addicted to mod privileges. How come it's off by so much? This thing is tilted as hell. But yeah, it would be, I mean, something I could do is make something that allows mods to use commands to set things on the screen, which is it's a little bit of a frightening prospect, but I could allow them to do something where, you know, if I need to run, I can literally run, and then they could set a BRB. Put like trivia up on the front, up on the page or something, or set bets. That layer of interaction, I think, is not really being very explored on Twitch. All right. Oh my god. Now this one's at 22.5. The fuck? What the deuce? What's going on here? That one's not tilted. Of course, this whole thing obviously walks back and forth, but this is at 22. This one's at 22.5. I swear this thing is fucking tilted. Oh wait, hold on. That out of the way. Oh, there we go. Now it's at 22. Okay, never mind. This is fine. Everything's fine. I know you know how to do it better, but I don't need to hear from you. I don't know. I don't need your suggestions on how to do this better. This is what we've had. This thing has been running for 2.5 years. For gamers, it's easy, but for real life things, it's hard as fuck. What's that? Need to get a bot to measure the distance? All right. That's right. The rails are bending space-time. All right, I'm gonna actually flip this over so that I can get the other. Well, let me get this first. It's even loose. Yeah, these rails for the most part are straight. I mean, they're gonna, within the measurement tolerances that I'm giving them right now, they should be able to, they should be holding on to everything just fine. You know, I shouldn't have to move them much to get them super parallel. But, you know, some people in like real automation, you'll be loosening bolts and then tapping stuff with a hammer to try to get it to be, you know, within an atom of straightness, which is not what the board requires. There can be a little bit of weirdness on the board, you know? Careful now. All right, 22 millimeters from thing to thing. This is a very tall and awkward thing, and I know I've worked on it a lot, but it remains tall and awkward, and I am not. Kind of annoyed I'm not taller. All my friends are like 6 foot something. I get a kink in my neck when I talk to them in person. They all get together and talk about cars and parking lots, and they're all like 22 feet tall. And so I'm like looking up at the clouds when I talk to them. I get my eyes hurt because I'm looking up at the sun all the time. All right. No, 22 inches from outside rail to outside rail. And the rails are like 10 millimeter. I'm not even short. I'm like as average height as they get. I'm 5'10". I wear platform heels when I talk to my friends. All right, so we're short up and we're tight. This thing seems pretty good. Whew. So the thing that would ruin this for us is if we need to actually cut the block of wood in order to fit it in this space. This is significantly wider than it was before, though. So we'll see what we have to deal with. The wood gets to 18 inches at its peak. So for us, the amount of space that we have, if I measure this the wrong way, just about 21 inches. And that's so 21 minus what we figured was about an inch for the L brackets. So we got about 20 inches. So 18. 18 with 2 inches to spare. A block of wood should fit. Yeah, 25.4 millimeters, sorry, 2.54 centimeters. No, that's not, is that right? 21 times 2.54. Oh, yeah, derp. 53.3. That's right. Okay, that sounds a little better. Sorry, I'm dumb. Multiplication signs in chat. All right. Let me get the block of wood. I'm going to bring it over here, and I'll lean the two up against one another just to see what we've got. Now, keep in mind, that motor is the max. Like, we don't put the wood beyond that motor, even though we could technically with these rails go all the way down there. I just did the x-axis like that. I don't know. I can't think at the moment. Weather headache. Oh, those are tough. All right, block of wood. Let's get the block of wood from over here. The block of wood still needs to be sanded, so I'm not sure if I'm going to mount this wood today. Certainly not going to be able to get the y-axis up today. So, this is tough. This is tough. See if I can give you guys a better angle on this. Nope. I have to tilt everything. Let me spin this around so that our motor's up here, so I can put this on the ground the way it is. I got it from Lyddith, Pennsylvania. There's a guy who runs a shop. He's got a bunch of live edge boards on it. Hold on, I need to correct some stuff down here and tighten it up. But he's got a bunch of, I think he has an off-site barn where he does all of the woodworking, and so he's able to create furniture out of these live edge boards. And yeah, he's got a cool shop. Nice little town. So yeah, just went out there. I negotiated the price with him by literally saying nothing, and he was like, "Hey, you could probably take some money off of this." So he took like a shit ton of money off of the board for me. He was like, "Yeah, it's kind of a weird one." I'm like, "I want the weirdest one you have. Like, I need weird, because that's important." Having misshapen wood. I mean, if this was like a real rough piece, I would have been much happier. Yeah, he drives a hard bargain. I literally said nothing. Me and my friend were just like standing there, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll knock the price down for you guys." I'm like, "Okay." Like, good, because I'm not spending huge buckos on this thing. That's how we say it around here. We say buckos. No, we don't. Huge buckensies. Huge Mackenzies. Huge dollarinos. Big cojones. I mean, monies. Yeah, this doesn't fit. So, all right, here's the deal. Some of the stuff of this does not fit. Now, I could lop that edge and make this a nicer edge. I won't smoke, oh. Yeah, that's a good song. Nope, not quite. Yeah, it's gonna have to be cut a little. Actually, that fits right there, just like that. I'm hitting a limit switch though. Yeah, I'm in the path of the limit switch on that end. So that's gonna need a little altering. Now the main places to alter this would be to knock off a little bit of the end, and it would give me, because this is the big problem right here. So I can either cut that straight down, I could cut off length a little bit, or I mean, even just finishing this edge a little bit better, I can take a little notch out of this, and that'll fit way better. I mean, the whole thing tilts, even if I just take a tiny little bit off. And then presumably, if I mount this thing back far enough, it won't interfere with the cart down here. That's the important part. So if You guys can't see it right now. Let me, oh God, it's so hard. It's hard to give you guys an angle on this. Waiting on the line. Yeah, so right here, there's this piece of the wood juts out. It is really hard to show you guys this right now. Everything is too big for my camera. Yeah, I think my biggest option here is to either take an inch off of the end. But I mean, 550 millimeters is the working area of the board. Because this, if this were in position, it would be like this. And so that would give us the entire board to work with. Sand the nub. It's a lot of material. It's actually quite a bit of material. Hey, I'm gonna refresh the forecast and see if we're gonna lose power. Oh, I gotta move the mouse to the other computer, and I don't have any room to move the mouse. Things are a little crazy today. We're having a weird one today. It's very humid in here because we don't have air conditioning. It looks like the storm's moving off of us. Okay, so hold on. I'm having a think. I'm doing a think, chat. Yeah, I mean, if I lop off the end of this thing, it fits, and it's smaller than the board. It's probably got less surface area than the previous board, but I would have to cut that corner a little bit. The alternative was to angle it. All right, let me see if I can move you guys a little better than that. Do you one better. Move you guys back a little bit more. There you go. Now you guys can see. So, fitting this thing, there was like a big branch right here. And so this thing is actually much wider here than it is down there. It tapers down, which will be cool if I'm going to make like a bench out of it or something, but I have to sand that as well. So the thought was I could tilt it. And I can get it to fit in bounds, but there's a little gap over here. And if I do that, then this goes all the way up to the top, and it gets in the way of a limit switch. I think my only option is to reduce this toe. Yeah. Because then we use much more of the area here. So removing that piece, oh man, that's so much material though. I have to get it like down to here. What is rattling? It's just the limit switches rattling. Yeah, it's the limit switches making rattling noises whenever this moves. Cut it straight down. God, I would hate that. It's my only option though. Sucks. I don't want to alter this over here. So how much are we going to cut there? Get the T-square. Where's the T-square? This is also so thick that those brackets are going to get in the way. Maybe what I need to do is I need to put a bracket on these things. Yeah, look at how much of it. Like if I follow that, it's like a big chunk. And it was really cool that this kind of like tapers out into a larger piece over here. But I can't do anything about it. I mean, I need to mount this thing properly on the gantry, or else, you know, or else I get arrested. They're going to come to my house and they're going to arrest me. So I need to get this right. I can put this on the bandsaw and cut it. I'll probably use the circular saw and zip. But I'm just trying to determine how much and whether or not we need to redesign how these connect so that I can actually run the axis. So let's see here. I need one of the brackets free. Free the bracket. I think I can do that right over here. Over here on the other side. It found the floor. By God. We didn't know if it could do it, but it did. The rest of the stuff I can cut the maker beams in order to make the vertical pieces for the y-axis, and then I can order another you know, the machine, the 8mm diameter axis I can do. I can just order that, and so that'll be that. Extending this means undoing about 75,000 fasteners, and then I'll be able to slide the new vertical piece in. And oh yeah, and then I need to get a linear rail that's the right length that'll go the distance up and down this thing. But first, let's take a look at these brackets. So we mount one on this. Now this height is going to not necessarily be correct, but it'll be close enough with the two pieces just leaning against one another. Yeah, because that'll have to press all the way in. Now this could be redesigned. I could redo this part too, so that it'll actually fit this board. I don't know if I want to go through the trouble to. If I'm going to be cutting it anyway, maybe I'll just cut it and then have a good cry and then just be done with it. Because, you know, this thing's going to be up for several years, but we need to. I need to do a good enough job on it, chat. I need to do a good job on this. Or else chat's going to get mad at me. Then I'm going to get mad at me. Father, you didn't min-max the design. Where's the CAD files? You're not energy efficient. Shouldn't you use a solar panel? Isn't that illegal? Isn't that unethical? Get out of here, Neil Breen. I don't need your business advice. All right, so minimizing the cut. Ooh, that's tough down there. Come over here. Look at what I'm looking at. Move my lighting around. Any tip for sourcing linear rails in the EU? I do not have tips for the EU, unfortunately. I know around here I can just order them and they come from China. And also, it depends on what kind of rail you're looking at. Like this wasn't necessary for this build. I didn't need to use this stuff. You know, I found 1,500 millimeter spans of it, but yeah. A bunch of EU people on the Discord. Yeah, that's true. People on the Discord are probably much better at sourcing things than I am. Just by virtue of necessity, right? All right, so those come into the thing a little bit, and they reduce the amount of space that we have. This right here, I mean, I'm absolutely keeping this. This is a hard requirement of, you know, keep. So I think what I need to do is first we need to take this, because I only freed up one of these. I think the other one is, yeah, the other one's connected to the drag chain, and I don't want to screw with it. I guess I can remove the drag chain from it. I'm not going to do that. We're going to move this one over to the other side to figure out how close we can get to that one little thing over here, right? You elevate the whole thing with the wood behind it. No. Something needs to connect to the wall. Plus, this is about where the other board was. It's just I don't have a means by which to come from behind it and mount it to a thing, which I will have to figure out. I'll have to figure that out. That's easy enough. I only need a couple points of contact with this thing. And I'm not going to drill through the board itself, but I could maybe do like a metal band, and that would be much thinner than the 2 planks of scrap wood that I had before. Or I could just do like 4 little hanging brackets. 2. I could do 2 hanging brackets. I could just do 2 little clamps that hold it up. Squeaker 9. Hey, thank you for the 3 months. Yeah, we got a lot of the people that you're going to be seeing subbing over the next couple weeks between boards are going to be multi-month people, because we don't have any incentive for new people to sub to the board, to sub to the channel. Now, you should know that when you sub in between the boards, your name will go into a list of names. We don't want to have a mad scramble for people to get up on the board first, because it's not fair to the people. Like, you know, people are in different spaces of the rotation of months, right? And having a mad dash to be the first name up on the board is not healthy. People are going to die. Nobody needs that. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the list of the names that sub in between, and we are going to inject them into the database and have them go up on the board randomly. Nobody will be first. Technically, somebody will be first, but nobody will really be first. All right, moving the cart over to the other section here. Yeah, there are all kinds of ways that I could have done this differently in order to make things work differently, better maybe. But for the most part, just getting it done was the main challenge, you know? I don't want to have the project linger in thought for too long. And that happens to projects. They kind of stagnate. And you're like, well, if I'm just waiting for like a part, just waiting for that part to get in. You don't end up working on it for 6 months. Okay, so the maximum that this can sit is pretty much like here. Although, plenty of space like that. The closer I get it to the rail, the better. Closer I get it to the rail, the better. Of course, I'll want to move this up as much as possible because I want to utilize as much of this board as I can. So that pretty much has to stick there, and then that gives me like an inch behind it. Okay, so now I know that distance. I'm basing this off of where the other end sits. So now we can... Oh god, that's so much material to chop off. What have they done to my boy? Oh man. That's a shame, you know? I can't do anything about it. BTS2 was... Yeah, it was a couple major hardware upgrades from BTS1. BTS1 didn't have a lot of space on it because it was a same size board, but overall the fonts were larger, and they were all double-line fonts. So BTS2 was a major visual upgrade from I like how it dropped your Twitch badge between messages. So yeah, BTS2 was an update in the abilities of the board because it went down to a single-line font. And it was an upgrade in some of the hardware. I did a different X-axis motor, and we built the brackets for it. We had a better smoke sucker, but that had to be abandoned because it filled up too quickly. And then there were, you know, tweaks pretty much in every facet of the board to create a slightly better board. Burn the Subs 2.5 is going to be the same thing. We're going to have some visual updates because, oh, Retro CRT, thank you so much for the 10 months. Really appreciate that. We have, for Burn the Subs 2.5, we have a similar amount of minor upgrades. Minor upgrades being systems by which to map the edge of the board so that we can have a live edge. We're going to have visually the patterning of the names and stuff is going to be different. And then more width, that's it. You know, there's a couple little things that I'm going to kind of tweak. But Burn the Subs 3 is going to be a major update. So Burn the Subs 3 is going to be the major update to this thing, where we go from stepper motors to 3-phase servos, and we use actual automation stuff. The system will largely be very similar, but these improvements will be significant. That's 3. We're working on 2. All right, so let me put the bracket back here. I can figure out where I need to make my cut. Ba, 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 ba. Do we almost get a... We don't get hype trains around here. It's too quiet. I need to make YouTube videos. Is that what's gonna... That's the only way to get an audience nowadays, right? You guys are awesome. I got a lot of you here. I'm happy to hang out with you while I work on this stuff. I either need to get on live stream fails, which let's be honest, I'm too good at this stuff, guys. I'm too talented. I'm too good at what I do to end up on live stream fails. I'm way too fucking awesome. I don't blow up capacitors intentionally, and it doesn't happen a whole lot that I blow stuff up. I did wire something up backwards yesterday, the last stream, but that didn't really have that many ramifications. So I don't end up on live stream fail, and that seems to be like a major promotional engine for a lot of streams. Aside from the same 4 streamers that get posted to that sub constantly. I can't get the ruler in here and keep that flat. So, man, I'm gonna have to really take off a chunk of this, aren't I? I can't fit both of the things? Okay, you come over here. Ah, this is sad, chat. I don't want to have to do this. I would have had to give it a much... I would have had to move the rails a lot more in order to give us the room for it, though. So... Now, I'm not going to be cutting this today, so we can't really fully put this thing back up. And I'm not going to go outside and cut it in the rain. That would be terrible. So I will give it to there, but I'll take a little bit more off of that. So we'll go to here about. I'm going to push that out a little bit. Look at all that material that I got to cut off of this stupid thing. Man. So that will give this, well, actually that would give this plenty of room. Like that. This isn't straight. That's the problem, is this isn't a straight axis up here. I don't know what I can measure. Well, I guess I can do that. There we go. No, because that's not... No, actually, that is pretty accurate. All right. It's just wood, it'll grow back. What do you mean, platform? What are you talking about? So I'm gonna need something behind it, of course, to mount it to. I've got a little bit of wiggle room in this, but I should push that out a little bit. Nothing is really amazingly aligned right now either. But I think loosey-goosey is the name of the game here. Bruce's gooses? Loose goose. Loose goose. Goose goose. Yeah, there it is. That's going to be our damage. Is that cut on the bottom or the top? What you mean? What cut? There's like an uneven saw edge here. And then this is, of course, the top of the board. We've got the edge here that I want visible. This is the top of the board. This would be the bottom. This is the part facing the floor. I really do hate to cut it because I wish I could like angle it, but the problem is this piece right here gets in the way when you angle it. Actually, no, it's the run. That piece down there, it needs to be worked too high up, and then this doesn't end up fitting. So if I wanted to move this all the way up there, that could barely fit like that, and then the cart won't be able to get over this. Yeah, so you won't be able to get over the top, and then it won't be able to get over here. So like really I just need a tiny little a tiny little bit off of this top. Because that, I mean, that almost fits. If I just knock a little piece off of this, we might be able to fit it like this. And then all the names would be straight to this, but there would be kind of like a sort of like a corner turning effect on it. I wish I could show you this a little better. It's just the positioning of stuff is so difficult. Because, yeah, that gets all the way up near the cart, which it doesn't interfere with. Because as long as the limit switch is clear, the rest of it is clear. So maybe I could experiment with taking less off of this side than I thought. This is why I wanted it to really be like a really uneven, weird-shaped piece of wood, because then we would have had, like, weird edges to trace out. In this case, we kind of do, but it's a little bit too much like a plank. But that's okay. I'll get a weirder one for next time. Let's try with cutting off as little as possible, and then I'll work with it from there. How about that? So if I cut this, just like basically nip off that, we'll be well in the clear. It's two different cuts. I gotta make sure that that's the one that I take. So if I nip that, maybe with a little bit more off of that end, it's still gonna look very awkward without this piece. That's why I'm talking about, like, if I cut this here straight across, so if I cut that, then this board might fit and it might not look as awkward. But if I do a really nice cut across that, then it's gonna look weird. What do you guys think? Should I cut across the entire material? That'll remove a bunch of different locations for names, but it gets rid of this little nub without it looking weird, or just let it look weird and just go zerp right off of there. I think maybe the least amount of material off of this board is going to be what I should aim for. I could cut it with a handsaw right now. Cut it with a handsaw right now. And how will I achieve mounting? Mounting! I could go inside of the two blocks of pine that are on the wall and mount from the back of the board to the side of the pine, or I'll have to come up with something. Yeah, cut off the least amount of material, I think, is the way to go. And yeah, down there, it'll barely hit a limit switch. And then depending on how I cut this up here, I can maneuver this part where there's like a little bit of extra stuff so that it barely misses the cart as it goes by. And then, of course, this gantry needs to move beyond this location to get to its 0 point. That's how we're going to do it. That's how we're going to do it, chat. Why do sellers spray electronics with perfume? I've gotten a few Amazon packages where it smells like pink public toilet soap. I don't know what's up with that. Yeah, I don't know. Electronics are kind of stinky. The chemicals they use to clean it. That laptop that I got for programming my car smelled like, it had that old person smell. You know, that enzymatic breakdown that happens with old people's skin? It's a specific thing. There's like a particular old person smell. Yeah, this thing reeked of it. I had to air it out for a couple days. Well, this sucks. I can't go to the backyard right now and just like work on this. That is little enough material that I could potentially cut it in the shop, but I'm absolutely sick to death of having to clean sawdust off of every single tiny nook and cranny in this shop. I am not doing that, so so that's not going to happen. My wall is naked. Yeah, I think maybe the stream PC can wait. I really wanted to do like Satisfactory and stuff this weekend. I'll I'll end up playing that maybe in private, unless I spool up my other computer to somehow stream. But you had no qualms spraying the dust into your PC in the shop. That was also a mistake. Just because I made a mistake doesn't mean I have to keep making the mistake. That was a mistake. You should, come on. Give me some credit. You know, if I could work that past this area now, because I want it to, because it's going to burn up to here, right? It'll burn up to the edge. I want that to still be viable. Because I want to cover the board in names. I was thinking, like, if I can move it up this much, this little space right here, between the motor and the board, if I can move it up that much, would that put that corner out of the way? It almost would. Like, up above the limit switch over there. But I still need to sand and treat this whole thing. So I'm gonna pop off that corner just as dumbly as I can. I'm just gonna whoop, you know, take a little bit of material off of that corner, and then polish it up, give it a sand on every surface. Maybe knock off this corner over here, this little piece, so it doesn't look like it's you know, a tree sitting in a forest kind of cut. And then yeah, and then I'll be able to mount this thing back up, and yeah, we'll run from there. The question is, how do I mount this to the board itself? Maybe we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. I feel like I'm out of stuff to do. I feel like I'm out of stuff to do today. Because I can't do the woodworking in here. In the past, I have cut things in the shop, but I don't want to deal with the dust and all my stuff. You know, I like my stuff. I don't want it to be full of dust. What length am I going to need for that? That shaft is going to have to come out here and out here. So probably a 24-inch shaft. What is 24 inches in millimeters? Hold on. 24 inches in millimeters. That's not where I live, by the way. I don't know why it uses that address. 24 inch. All the stuff's in the way of the keyboard. I can't type properly. That's why I'm all the way over here. $609 millimeters. 609. If I get a 700 millimeter shaft, that'll give me the wiggle room. I'm uncomfortable getting a 600 millimeter because it might not be long enough. Actually, 24 millimeters is longer than it needs to be by just a little bit. So 600 millimeters might actually work. What was the size that I looked up on the internets? I'll just get the 700 millimeter one. We'll have 10 centimeters more. I don't think it vertically, it doesn't get in the way of anything, so. All right, so that's easy enough. How about linear rail? Oh, that was wrong. I believe it's probably not 600 millimeters, right? What is that size? It should probably be somewhere along the lines of 20 inches. 20 inch into millimeter. Actually, this thing has millimeter on it. 20, so that's like 50 centimeters. 51 centimeters. So 600 millimeter. Give a little bit of wiggle room in there. Those are not the type that I wanted. Although if I really wanted to lift the axis up, I could. These are too big. These are too big. What the hell series is this thing? Oh God, I forget. What does this one say on it? Highwind. Oh, hello. MGN12H. How are these? Linear guideway rail, CNC set, 20 millimeter. HGW. This would be MGN. MG. No. What the hell was that thing? Wait, what was that? MG Flash Force Tactical Airsoft Vest. Jesus Christ. MG. It's like one long word. MGN 12H. There we go. I'm like trying to hold a T-square while trying to maneuver myself around this board. Just everything's like a big house of cards in here right now. Okay, 350 millimeter. There's the cart. These are slightly different design. Mine are green. 12 millimeter. What is the length? What is going on here? I need 700 millimeters of this thing. Unless I put two back to back, but none of them have the what is going on here? Is it like, oh, I select it. I see, I see. Well, 400 millimeters is not enough. 600 is kind of the lowest that I would potentially need. I want to be able to utilize as much of the board as possible, though. 350. All right, let's add 700 to it. $44? Are you kidding me? Oh, God. What does 700 get me again? $300. What? What? $300 inches. 27. Well, 27 is way too much. So if we work within 600 millimeters, we get 23, which is an inch less than the distance from above here all the way to the end there. So that's way too long. 550 is probably where we should be, right? It would be 21 inches, which still spans the entire thing. I mean, from the inside of this to the inside of the other one, it's going to be something like 20 inches. So 550 would be perfect. 500 is pushing our luck. So if I do, well, jumps to 700. Let's do 550. 550 millimeter MGN 12. $30. Jesus Christ. I could just go for the 600. $38. You're robbing me. I can't afford this. Ugh, on top of the cost of the wood, huh? Yeah, all right, 600 millimeters it is. So 600 millimeters, and then I'll probably have to get the angle grinder or the Dremel to cut it down to length so that it's just the right length. We'll be able to get the cart up and down the entire axis with the properly aligned stuff. We'll still have to figure out what all the offsets and stuff are in order to get the laser to move along the entire axis. But in the next couple days, I'm gonna order this hardware. That'll come in. We'll get the board up on the wall ready for that hardware. We can, rebuild the y-axis. These are all trivial things until we get into software, and then we'll have to reconfigure the software, and we got to write a program that's going to allow me to trace the edge and create a PNG masking image for the rest of the board. Then we tweak the fonts, lock them down, find a size that is appropriate for both fonts, focus the laser, and do a little playing around with that. So I'll need a masking material for this. And then we're good to go. So work is underway. Blowfish got here just in time. I'm just packing it up right now. I guess we got 4 hours of stream. I hate to cut it so short, but we're at a logical stopping point, unfortunately. we figured out everything we need to figure out. We know what we're going to do. I'm going to lop off a little edge of the board here. That's going to be able to allow the rest of this thing to fit nicely. It is a thick boy, so we're going to have to figure out heights and things like that. But the laser's pretty well focusable, so we should be able to get a good beam going on with this thing. So yeah, I mean, solid electronics, photographing the board does, yeah, that would easily make a really good image of it. And then it would be very fiddly to do a lot of the sort of the scaling and the correction for the camera lens and stuff like that. It's more fun if I program something where I can trace it using a very dull laser beam out of the thing. So we'll be sending it very little PWM, and I can use the joystick in order to follow the edge while holding down a button or something like that. You know, we can make that fun. I don't think I can make it into a processing program. I don't know about the visual readout, but if I can trace it and then output a PNG image, that'll be exactly aligned. So that's the goal, is get all the hardware done, and then we can work on that other stuff, you know, and get a good thing going. All right, hold on. I think somebody's here. They said they would call, but 1 minute. They said they'd call, but they didn't call. Yeah, the AC guy's here. Well, that's just in time. I think I'm wrapping it up for today. It's still dank as shit outside, so I don't know if I can do the woodworking. I could put this on the bandsaw and do the cut in the other part of the basement, but I think I would make too much of a mess. Damn it, this rain is gonna... I was hoping that we would have much more progress tomorrow, but I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. I got a little bit of time. I don't have anything to take apart tomorrow. We're gonna work more on this, so let's put a pin in that, and I will be back tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. If I move this, it's gonna fall over. I gotta like maneuver myself around here. see who's around. There we go. Hey, welcome to my stream. What's anybody any day doing anymore? Well, Djibouti's doing retro commercials, which is always fun. So we're gonna raid Djibouti Show. Couldn't figure out how to use the Prime sub, or I would have given it to you. There's a big button down there. It's pretty easy to do. You can figure it out next time. That's okay. And yeah, I guess I'm gonna wrap it up, and I will see you guys tomorrow. For now, here's Djibouti Show. Oops, wait, I can't just type in / their name. Raid these guys, and I will see you guys tomorrow, and we'll get more of this stuff done. Oh, it doesn't show it? Maybe it'll show it tomorrow. I mean, it's no big deal, man. You're still cool, Tim. You're still cool. All right, guys. Oh, do we have an end command? We do. Yeah, the next stream will start 3 hours ago. We don't have it. We didn't update it. That's okay. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. See you guys later. Now I gotta stop the stream.